to this class, but in any case, but you're here instead, paying $500 for a course you could have had for $100 at HCC, where you'd be in a class with no more than about 20 other people. But never mind that. Never mind that. Welcome to U of H. At least you get the student football tickets, which allows you to get into football games because they're always sold out. Wait. But you get a park. Really, wait a minute. They actually have a parking garage attached to the classrooms over there at Central. Huh. Well, I'm sure there's a reason why you're taking this class here and paying 4 times as much money for it and not getting as much attention. All right. So, freedom of the press cases and doctrines. If only Scooter Libby had taken my class, or at least showed up on this one day, he could have avoided a lot of trouble. We'll get into that. There are 4 constitutional issues with freedom of the press. They are freedom from prior restraint, and I'll explain what that means, freedom to gather news, libel, and obscenity. And we'll get to obscenity. That's been my goal pretty much since I turned 13. All right, freedom from prior restraint means freedom from censorship. Under what circumstances can the government come in and prevent newspapers from publishing information or prevent radio and TV stations from publishing information? The big case here, Neer versus Minnesota, a decision that comes down in 1931. Minnesota had passed a law that allowed law enforcement officials to shut down newspapers that were publishing false or misleading or libelous information. There just happened to be this kind of pamphlet that was being printed in Minneapolis by some crank named Rupert Murdoch. He was accusing the local police of taking bribes from Jewish gangsters, mentioning specific police officers by name who hadn't done anything wrong whatsoever. The police department uses this law as the justification to shut down his newspaper, seize his presses, and stop him from further publications of his paper until or unless he agrees to not print any libelous information about anybody in the police department. Well, of course he refuses to do that. He says, I got the right to do it. And the Supreme Court agrees. The Supreme Court agrees. They said that under no circumstances can the government ever come in and exercise prior restraint. Never, ever, ever. No exceptions. No exceptions. That the court was very unhappy with the state of Minnesota. This is also the incorporation case. This is the first time in American history where the United States Supreme Court ruled that state governments must respect the freedom of the press. This is a 1931 Supreme Court decision, not an 1831 Supreme Court decision, not a 1797 Supreme Court decision, 1931 Supreme Court decision. And now we have freedom of the press in all 50 states, starting in 1931. So when people talk about, again, the 200 years of freedom in this country, not so much. Not so much. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute, can't you come up with some legitimate exceptions, legitimate reasons why you might want to have the government censor what goes on the air? One of the scary aspects of this is Gallup surveys have consistently shown that a majority of Americans actually support having the government censor the news. That a lot of Americans do not understand what the whole point of having a press is to begin with, is to tell us stuff that the government doesn't want us to know. And if you put the government in charge of telling us what's in the news, no more bad news about government. That's going to go away. Just as if you had the corporations running our media, you wouldn't hear any bad news. Oh, wait. All right. Well, in any case, in the Pentagon Papers case, the Supreme Court establishes a legitimate exception to prior restraint. The legitimate exception is national security. What had happened was that Daniel Ellsberg, who is still with us, is working in the Pentagon in the 1960s. He's a big supporter of the war in Vietnam. He's been appointed during the Kennedy administration. Then what happened is in January of 1968, within just a couple weeks of announcing that the war in Vietnam was over, the communists in South Vietnam attacked every single American military and South Vietnamese military installation. We are kicked out of the city of Hue near the demilitarized zone. We lose our Air Force base at Da Nang, and the American embassy in Saigon is overrun by communist guerrillas. This would be the equivalent of insurgents taking over the Green Zone in Iraq. By the way, there really still is a war in Iraq going on. The military base where my brother is got shelled the weekend before last. So just so you know, there is still a war. But you don't get that in the news these days because there's a pending NFL strike and Lindsay Lohan keeps getting in trouble. You know, and we've got our priorities, you know. So what happens is Ellsberg is a big believer in the Vietnam War. The United States is caught completely off guard by the Tet Offensive of January 1968. And so the Secretary of Defense is replaced with a new guy who initiates an internal study. What the hell is going wrong in Vietnam? Because according to the data that we're getting from the Commander-in-Chief, Westmoreland, our bombing of the Ho Chi Minh Trail is effective. The number of men, material, and supplies flowing from North Vietnam into South Vietnam is greatly diminished. Where the hell did all these guys come from? Why do they have guns? Why won't they just give up? The best movie ever made about the Vietnam War, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. It's about the Vietnam War, where 2/3 of the movie, they're chased by these guys and they won't quit. That no matter where they go, these guys keep following them, and they just won't let them alone. That's the best movie ever made about the Vietnam War. In any case. So they find out what's going wrong in Vietnam. They find out that General Westmoreland has been lying to the Pentagon about exactly how many North Vietnamese and Viet Minh we're killing. He's been lying about how effective our bombing has been along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And seriously, how effective can your bombing be on a trail that is covered by jungle through mountains, half of which is underground with tunnels? Exactly how effective can your bombing be? And so Westmoreland is replaced as Commander-in-Chief in Vietnam, where he comes back to America and is hailed by the political right as a hero for having lied about us winning the war in Vietnam to the Pentagon and keeping American soldiers there to die for years after it was apparent that we weren't winning the war. And he was hailed as a hero by the political right for committing something that others define as treason. This would happen with Oliver North in the 1980s as well. That the political right talks about how patriotic they are and love this country, and then when somebody actually commits treason against it, but for conservative reasons, then suddenly they're a hero. So Westmoreland comes back to a hero's welcome at all the ROTC colleges around the country. Thank you, Westmoreland, for keeping us in the field so more of our friends die needlessly. Thank you so much. In any case, Ellsberg by now has had a vision on the road to Damascus that he now believes the Vietnam War is horrible, terrible, and mean. He finds out, for example, that friends of Lyndon Johnson, big political contributors especially, like Brown and Root, were making tons of money off of contracts in Vietnam. Every time the Viet Cong blew up a bridge, Brown and Root rebuilt it. When they blew it up again, Brown and Root rebuilt it. That they were making tons and tons and tons of money off the war. All right. And so Ellsberg decides the American public needs to know that we probably weren't attacked on the Tonkin Gulf in August of 1964, that the bombing has been completely ineffective in shutting down the communist insurgency in the South, and that people knew about this stuff, and the president's friends are getting rich. And the president's friends are getting rich off of the war. That all these are factors that keep us in the war much longer than we should have been in the war. And so he secretly photocopies, not just photocopies, photographs the document. There are only 6 copies ever made available, or so. He prints up the film. He has his own darkroom. He develops the film himself in his apartment, types out what is on the document page by page by page. The process takes several years. Unlike WikiLeaks, where you click, paste, and email, and then the world sees it. So it takes them years to get the information out. Then he begins to allow excerpts. He begins to provide excerpts to the New York Times and the Washington Post. And these excerpts are astounding. People find out how truly corrupt their government really is behind closed doors, and how there seemed to be a conspiracy to keep us in Vietnam, just basically so nobody would call us a pussy, and so that the president's friends could get rich, and so that Westmoreland himself didn't have to go back to being a base commander somewhere, that he can be the Eisenhower of Vietnam kind of a thing, the Pershing of Vietnam. So the information comes out several years later. The Nixon administration is really upset with the information coming out. They go to the Supreme Court and say, look, the publishing of the Pentagon Papers is a violation of national security. They're still classified. They're still top secret. The Supreme Court comes back with a decision that is usually hailed as a victory for freedom of the press. But in every victory are sown the seeds of defeat. That on the one hand, the Supreme Court rules 6-3, yes, the New York Times and the Washington Post may continue to publish excerpts of the Pentagon Papers. That's fine, because we've looked at the excerpts and we don't think there is anything in there that truly violates national security. Almost all of this information is historical, and that basically the government kept it classified to cover their asses, not because any useful information was being published. But they also say that if we felt that the publication of the Pentagon Papers was an actual violation of national security, then we would have allowed prior restraint. Then we would have allowed censorship. So you establish an exception in the Pentagon Papers to freedom of the press. A legitimate exception, a logical exception, but it's the first of several. Sometimes a slippery slope really is a slippery slope, as it turns out. Now, the reason Ellsberg published the Pentagon Papers is because, well, it says it right here, now available in paperback. The story of how a nation was falsely lured into a war by leaders from Texas who thought the war would last weeks, used the war for short-term domestic gain, and fattened the wallets of their friends at the government trough. Published to ensure that this would never happen again. And thank God he did that, because that has never happened again. That never in American history have we repeated the mistakes of the Vietnam War and allowed some bozo from Texas to get us involved in an unnecessary war that he then uses to enrich his friends by giving his contributors no-bid contracts to supply the military with whatever they want to. Yeah. Thank God they did that, because once you learn a lesson, you never forget it. All right. The national security exception failed again in 1979 in a case dealing with publication of a magazine article that purported to explain the process for making a hydrogen bomb. That if you read the article, you could actually have the knowledge on how a nuclear hydrogen bomb is put together. However, you probably don't have the equipment to make it. That it takes a lot of high-tech equipment to actually get it done. The case never goes to the court, though, because while the case was pending, another magazine published a similar article. And so the government lost its standing to sue because now the information was out there. You know, like suddenly you're going to be able to use this to build a hydrogen bomb. I mean, for one thing, you know, where are you going to get the plutonium? Okay, actually, I kind of know where you can get the plutonium. Do not buy plutonium from this guy because you're going to end up in the Old West. And if you haven't seen any Clint Eastwood movies, you're going to die. Okay. Prior restraint issues have arisen over pre-trial publicity as well. In the case of Nebraska's Press Association versus Stewart, there was a horrible mass killing of a family out in Sutherland or Rulo, Nebraska, a very small town, even in Nebraska, considered a small town. And the judge said that he did not want any details of the murders published in the papers because it would basically cripple the defendant's chance to get a fair trial. But the judge went too far in ordering that the gag order cannot be mentioned. That he issued a gag order, which included the fact that he'd issued a gag order. And the Supreme Court said, you can legitimately tell the press not to publish information that could deprive the defendant of his right to a fair trial. But you cannot say that you cannot publish the fact that there's a gag order. That goes too far. You can't have a gag order on the publishing of a gag order. In other words, that you're going too far. The rule against prior restraint does not apply to the publication of student-operated newspapers. In Hazelwood School District versus Kohlmeyer, the Supreme Court upheld a principal's decision to remove certain controversial material from the school paper. The principal based his decision on the fears that the articles on teen pregnancy and divorce would allow the students to identify classmates who had encountered such difficulties. I mean, imagine the horror of your friends in high school finding out that your parents are getting a divorce. Oh my God. Because divorce is such a rare phenomenon in this country that you will be singled out by the other kids for constant harassment and taunting, because chances are you're the only kid in the classroom that's going to have divorced parents, and they're going to single you out as being some sort of moral degenerate or something, because very few people in this country ever get divorced. That's just, doesn't happen. Or that your classmates might find out that you're pregnant. Because as it turns out, when a woman is pregnant, there are no outside visible signs that she is pregnant, that you would never know it. You can never look at a woman and know for sure whether or not she is pregnant, because in no way does her body's outward appearance change whatsoever. I mean, could you imagine that? You're sitting next to her, it's like, June, you're pregnant. And she's like, yeah, 8 months, bozo. Right? Imagine a child getting pregnant in high school. Oh my God. The ostracization that'll take place. It was so funny. It was years ago now that a bunch of cheerleaders out of Hempstead got pregnant at the same time. That it was one of these pregnancy club things, as it were, that they all decided to get pregnant pretty much at the same time. And then they did note that there is no sex education in Hempstead. Well, obviously they don't need it. And the fact that they were all cheerleaders, people were like, you can't be a cheerleader anymore. You have to go sit in one of the sections of the bleachers, like perhaps the C section. All right. Yes, the horror. Well, following the Hazelwood School District decision, every single time a principal censored an article or a Board of Regents shut down a college paper like the Stanford Board of Regents did with their college newspaper, every single time the Supreme Court upheld that as being constitutional. That was okay to do every single time. Now, for most of them, they involve high school papers. or even, lower. And they said the justification for this, the justification for denying teenagers the right to publish information in their papers that the principal doesn't want is because they're minors, and minors have fewer rights than adults. Therefore, minors have fewer rights than adults. That's not the best argument to make, but that's exactly what the court says. The reason why we can shut down these papers is because they're minors. Minors don't have the same rights as adults. You know why? Because minors don't have the same rights as adults. Oh, okay. Well, at least you got a solid logical base for your decision there. Yes? Equal protection under the law? Yeah, except, there are, well, I would think so. Obviously, the court did not. I think it was the 14th Amendment and the First Amendment decision, because your equal rights are being violated under the law. Other students are allowed to publish that information in their papers. Others are not. When I was on a high school newspaper, we published shit all the time about Planned Parenthood and the abortion issue and the whole bit. And our principal was like cool with it. Because once again, I went to a school in the middle of a college town where all of the teachers were hippies. And so they were all, cool with this. It's like, damn it, there's nothing they won't let us publish. Even when I published the article that was critical of the superintendent of public schools for shutting down a school, and I got called into his office. But they couldn't do anything about it. Here in Texas, they'd beat the shit out of you. Or they would fire you from Lone Star College or something like that, which actually happened to me last May. I sent out an email. You see, we had this dick wad of a president out there at Lone Star, this shithead. Well, his name is Steve Head, and so his initials are S. Head, so, not good. And he proposed putting a committee together to find out whether or not grade quotas are a good idea. Grade quotas are where you basically start telling people you're going to pass, 60% of your students no matter how badly they've done on the tests. And that this percentage are going to get an A and this percentage are going to get a B and stuff. They're called grade quotas. And so he put out this thing on why we should have put together a committee on grade quotas. And then I put out a satirical top 9 list of things the committee could look at after he specifically asked for input. He said, and I'm looking forward to your input. Okay, here's my input. And so I sent that out, and he fired me after 20 years. The problem is I have a contract, and they can't fire you unless you violated your contract. And so initially he said he fired me for the email. Then they changed it, that he was shocked to discover that I was teaching classes at the University of Houston as a full-time professor. It's like, really? If you go to the website, it says I'm an adjunct professor. And I have affidavits from everybody here stating that I am an adjunct professor. You see, you want to do your homework. You want to do your homework. And then he came back. He never notified us that he was teaching at the University of Houston. And then I pulled out the emails showing where I had sent them information that I was teaching at the University of Houston. Then he's like, you didn't tell us how many classes you were teaching. It's like, 2 here, 3 there. There you go. He also testified I wasn't showing up for my office hours, and then he was asked, and he's supposed to hold his office hours when his classes are held, right? When was he teaching classes? Oh, I think it's late morning, afternoon. Really? He had night classes. You didn't even know what days he was teaching, and you're using that. So I'm not sure how much to ask for, but because there is going to be a lawsuit. There already is one in the works. As it turns out. And the only reason I can sue these guys is because Lone Star College is the one college in Harris County that has a labor union. And so the union is paying for my lawyers. Plural, not lawyer, lawyers. And so I'm not entirely sure how much I should ask for, if I should make reinstatement part of that. But again, this shows that the freedom of speech is a problem still today with some people. And secondly, do your freaking homework. Just do your homework. You're going to fire somebody, make sure that you actually know why you're firing them. Come up with some sort of reason that, and make sure that you got all your T's crossed and your, I's dotted or whatever. Wow, what a dumbass, as it turns out. The only reason we haven't done anything up till now is because there was another lawsuit over denying me the right to an attorney during my hearing that we just won, where, that kind of a thing. So, in any case, the Bill of Rights out there day to day, operating on a daily basis. But when it comes out, it's going to be fun. There will be a press conference. When you see me dressed in the full suit and stuff, you'll know what day it is. In the whole bit. Yeah, and my lawyer has his own radio show. It's on Channel 2. That's typical for college administrators. Nobody starts out in life wanting to be a school administrator. School administrators are people who wanted to be teachers but were too terrible at it, and so they became administrators. That's like kind of, growing up wanting to be the guy that puts the suicide vest on the terrorist. It's like growing up wanting to be a minor league ball player. Okay, figure that one out. Okay, prior restraint issues have also appeared in cases involving the picketing of abortion clinics, that they can require an 8-foot, you have to stay 8 feet away from the people that are getting the abortion. Now, of course, what makes that horribly cruel is 1/3 of abortions are medically necessary. That the women are getting an abortion because something has gone wrong with the pregnancy, and they have somebody in their face telling them that they're going to die and go to hell if they go through with this kind of a thing, and they've got no choice in the matter. That kind of thing. So you have to stay at least 8 feet away. What they wanted to do was block the clinic so nobody could come in and out. And they say you can't do that because sometimes clinics start on fire, and people need to get out, and if you have the fire exits blocked, that's a problem. Issue number 2, news gathering. Bransford versus Hayes. Also, companion cases, in re Pappas, United States versus Caldwell. That in this case, long story short, the district attorney of Louisville, Kentucky, rolls out of bed one morning, or is it Louisville? How do you pronounce the capital of Kentucky? Is it Louisville or Louisville? No, it's Frankfort. The false dichotomy triumphs once again. So, the DA in Louisville, Kentucky rolls out of bed one morning and is shocked to discover in the Louisville Courier that marijuana is being sold in Louisville, Kentucky in the early 1970s. And so he calls the reporter in who wrote the article, and he says, I want you to tell me who these people are. And if you don't, you will be found in contempt of court. The reporter says, I don't have to reveal my sources. That a conversation between a news source and a reporter is privileged communication, just like a conversation between a lawyer and a client, doctor-patient, priest-parishioner, husband-wife, that neither party can be forced to divulge the content of that conversation. That if I hadn't promised them anonymity, they would not have let me follow them around. If I had not followed them around, I would not have written the article. If I did not write the article, you could not have called me in demanding to know their names. Don't make me do your job. Your job is to catch the bad guys. My job is to report on what happens in the city. Nonetheless, the reporter was found in contempt of court, went to jail, appeals his conviction, and the Supreme Court sides with the district attorney and removes the conversation between a reporter and their source from being privileged communication. That one went away in Bransford versus Hayes. Now, what makes the decision even more controversial and even confusing is it was a 5-4 decision. And on top of that, you can read as much about this as you want to. On top of that, when the decision came down, Justice Powell had written some notes in the margin of the decision. And nobody's entirely sure if that was supposed to be edited in If that's part of the decision or not, does that count? Does that not count? What does it mean? What does he say? And so you can read about that on your own. But it was is a very controversial decision, 5-4. And what Powell seems to be saying is that only in cases where public safety is involved can the government exercise, force the reporter to, turn over his sources. Only if public safety is involved. But that's not entirely what it says, and it led to a lot of ambiguity for many years over exactly what are the rights of a reporter and what are the rights of the source. Basically, the basic rule is that if you go to a reporter and you ask for anonymity, the reporter can only promise you anonymity up to the point where they're called into court. And if they're called into court and they don't reveal your name, they can go to jail and stay there until they reveal the name. Now, the reason why I make this Scooter-Libby reference is what had happened was the Bush administration, as Bush admits in his book, and so do all the other folks, their initial case for going to war in Iraq was not very strong. They needed proof that Saddam Hussein was developing nuclear weapons that could then be used against the United States, so that the next time planes fly into a building, they could be detonating nuclear bombs and the whole city would go off. Why you would bother to put it into a plane and then hijack the plane and then blow it up when it hits the building, beats the hell out of anybody, when you could just park it in a boat in the ship channel and explode the goddamn thing without ever having to go through security. But never mind that. That's logic, and this is the Bush administration. Water, vinegar, oil, it just doesn't go together here. And so the Italian Secret Service had found a receipt, or somebody had provided them with a receipt that supposedly showed that the government of Iraq had purchased yellow-cake uranium from the country of Niger, which is an essential component to building nuclear weapons. But in their report, the Italian Secret Service said, we think this is bullshit. We don't think that this is a legitimate receipt for anything. This is just somebody trying to get famous or get some sort of reward. So the White House told the CIA to investigate this. The CIA is like, well, who would be the perfect person to look into this? As it so happened, Joseph Wilson was the ambassador to Iraq for Bush Sr. and during Clinton administration. Then he later became the ambassador to Niger. While he was the ambassador to Iraq and Niger, his wife, Valerie Plame, obviously blonde and hot like all CIA operatives. If you watch Chuck, that's what they all look like. In any case, this does not meet that stereotype, by the way. In any case, there is a story of at Nebraska, we had the president of the student body or whatever. The CIA was coming to interview people who might be interested in working for the CIA, and she was a pretty attractive, young, blonde woman. And she was interviewed by the CIA for a job. And I remember being in the office when she came back for the interview, because I was on the student senate, and she was horrified that they asked her about her sex life and her sexual preferences, and if she would ever consider sleeping with a woman and more than one guy at the same time and all sorts of stuff like that. And, this is like the 80s, and she was one of these really naive, like Reagan youth types. And it's like, why are they asking questions like that? Because they're looking for a patriotic slut. It's like, no, they wouldn't do that, would they? Oh, no, not at all. That kind of stuff doesn't happen in the real world. Baiting some world leader with some hot chick to get secrets out of it, that's just, yeah. And she was the president. So in any case, so Valerie Plame was an undercover CIA agent posing as simply being the wife of the ambassador. Everybody understands that embassies are used to spy on other countries. That our embassies overseas, half of the people there are spies. Their embassies here, spies. Consulates, whatever. Half the people there are spies. You spy on each other. Most of the spying that takes place is not political espionage. It's industrial espionage. Trying to find out how this little company here is doing something better than anyone else's so we can steal the profits or the patent. In any case, you get the idea. So Valerie Plame was an undercover CIA agent. They suggest taking her husband, sending him to Niger to look into it. So he does. And he finds out it was all complete bullshit. There is no evidence that the Iraqi government was buying any yellow-cake uranium. He tells the director of the CIA, George Tenet. George Tenet tells Bush and his advisors, leave that out of your speech on why we need to go to war in Iraq, because it's bullshit. Then Bush makes his speech where he mentions that we have credible evidence that Saddam Hussein has recently purchased large quantities of yellow-cake uranium from Niger. And so Wilson stays quiet for several months. And then by July of 2003, when we haven't yet found a single weapon, not that we were really looking that hard for them, because when we went into Baghdad, the first people we dispatched was to secure the oil agency, and the nuclear agency went unguarded for days. That tells you how much they really thought we were going to find WMDs in Iraq. Even today, Bush is like, yeah, who knew? They didn't have, WMDs. Oh, everybody was telling you that they didn't have WMDs. The CIA told you. Joseph Wilson told you. All these other sources we're now finding out about were telling them, no, we don't have any evidence of that. So in any case, so Wilson waits until about July, where he writes a scathing editorial criticizing the Bush administration for having claimed that there was yellow-cake uranium purchased, and basically claiming that, telling us we're not going to find any WMDs in Iraq, that the Bush administration's case for the war in Iraq was largely made up, manufactured, pulled out of his ass, that kind of thing. Dick Cheney reads it and is livid, absolutely livid, that to his heart, when he still had one, rate goes up. And he orders Scooter Libby. Well, first off, Wilson said in his editorial as a cover that he had been sent to Niger by the White House, had told the White House that there is no credible evidence of this, and yet that made it into the speech. Well, of course, he'd been sent there by the CIA because his wife was an undercover CIA operative, and he was trying to keep her covered. Cheney decided to blow her cover. And so Scooter Libby was ordered to contact Judith Miller at the New York Times, Tim Russert on Meet the Press for NBC, the late Tim Russert, and Robert Novak, conservative columnist for the Washington Post, also dead. That the Wilson article is not true, that the White House did not send him, that he never told the White House shit, and that way, if you could ruin the credibility of that part of the story, perhaps you can add doubt to the rest of the story as well. Then, of course, Wilson is on all the talk shows and news shows and the whole bit. He sticks to his story. And so they tell Judith Miller and these other folks that, well, it was the CIA who sent him, that his wife is actually an undercover CIA agent. And when that news comes out, the Justice Department begins to investigate that because President Reagan signed a law back in 1982 that made it a felony to release the name of any undercover spy, which is exactly what Vice President Cheney just did. And so they're investigating this to find out who did it, what evidence can they find, and how high this should go. And of course, Cheney was smart enough to not make the phone calls himself, but to have poor Scooter Libby make the phone calls on his behalf, but clearly at his direction. Just like when the weasel that fired me out at Lone Star never met with me, never talked to me once, he had his fellow weasels fire me instead. Never once sat down with me and asked me why is the email, what's going on with U of A. Just basically, guilty as charged kind of thing, which is why he's going to make me a rich man. But in any case, do I want to retire in Montana or San Diego? Not quite sure. They both got their pluses, can't quite decide which way to go on that one. But in any case, and apparently, from the testimony, from the evidence given, Scooter thought that when you tell a reporter something, the reporter can never be forced to divulge that in court. Well, as it turns out, when they asked Judas Miller, now, who told you that Valerie Plame was an undercover agent? When they asked Tim Russer, who told you that Valerie Plame was CIA? When Robert Novak was asked, who told you? The answer was Scooter Libby. Scooter Libby told me. Scooter didn't know that, well, of course, Valerie Plame didn't say anything right away. She goes to jail for a while, and then she finally reveals her sources. And then, right when she lets it be known through channels that she's tired of being in jail, that she's going to give up Scooter Libby, because after all, Russert already has, Robert Novak already has. He sends her this cryptic letter that talks about the time that they were out in Colorado for some presidential, photo op, and how they admired the aspens, and the way the aspens grow is the roots are all intertwined so that you cannot take out one aspen without taking them all. And it's like, if you don't understand the analogy, he's basically saying, if you take me down, bitch, I'm taking you down too. Okay, that's what that means, but in a very flowery way, very intriguing little way. You might as well just sit there and say, and if I do this favor for you, perhaps you can do a favor for me. That kind of thing. It would have been more straightforward. So, Scooter Libby is put on trial for lying to investigators about whether he was the source of this information, and it's obvious that it was simply a fuck you assignment by Dick Cheney to extract personal revenge upon critics of the administration, to basically let them know that if you fuck with Dick Cheney is going to fuck with you. Okay? And Scooter is tried and convicted of perjury, but the day that he is sentenced, President Bush commutes his sentence to time served. However, Scooter still had to write a check for $300,000 and pay his lawyer fees and the whole bit. And Scooter was unhappy about it, and so was Cheney. Cheney wanted Bush to pardon him. That way he wouldn't have to pay anything. That no doubt the deal was struck. You just stay quiet. Don't even testify on your own behalf, so that we'll make you the fall guy, and don't worry, you're never going to spend a day in jail. You're never going to pay $1 in fines. And Scooter did it. He absolutely kept his mouth shut, but he had to pay a big wad of money and have a criminal conviction on his record that this was one of the few times that Bush actually stood up to Cheney and said, no, he's not going to do it because he did leak information, and even though it was because Cheney told him to, hey, this wasn't my guy, this is your guy. Why Bush didn't do it is still big question. Libel, New York Times versus Sullivan. That this ad is taken out in the New York Times asking for donations to help with the civil rights movement. They detail incidents that had taken place in Alabama which were hostile to the civil rights folks, like dogs being sicked on them, fire hose being turned on. Well, one of the people in Alabama who had decided to turn the dogs on the protesters, who had decided to send in the fire department to turn the fire hoses on the protesters to disperse them. Kind of like what you see in Bahrain and Libya and Egypt there for a while, and Tiananmen Square in China, and in Poland after World War II, and Hungary in 1957, and Czechoslovakia in 1968. In any case, they noted that there were some factual errors here. Oh yes, we sicked the dogs on them, but that was on Tuesday, not Thursday, as stated in the ad. Yes, we turned the water cannons on them, but that was on a Wednesday, not a Saturday. And so he sued the New York Times for libel. And under Alabama law, you did not have to prove damage was done to your reputation if something false was printed about you. In other words, under Alabama law, if anything is ever published about you that is false, you can sue for libel, and you don't even have to prove damages. So if you publish that Ross Perot is worth $9.8 billion, and in fact he's worth 9.7, he could sue you because you got the fact wrong, even though that doesn't hurt his reputation one way or the other, right? And so Sullivan sues the New York Times and wins a $1 million libel judgment. But the New York Times appeals to the United States Supreme Court. And in New York Times versus Sullivan, the Supreme Court sets a very high bar for winning a libel case. If a public official, or as later amended, any other public person wants to win a libel suit, they must show malice. Malice is defined as reckless disregard for the truth. In other words, the press has to know it was wrong, that the information that they were publishing was false, that it would hurt your reputation, and they decided to publish it anyway. Now that's a very high bar to jump over. It's going to be very hard for any public official or anyone else in the public eye, like a celebrity, is what they had in mind there, or ex-government officials or ex-presidents. It's very hard for them to prove that these people put this information out there and they knew it was false, but they only did it to make the guy look bad. That's why, like on Fox, they always say, in my opinion. That way it's your opinion and it's not a fact. That in my opinion, he's a satanic worshiper, the president is. In my opinion, he's not eligible to be president, because if he doesn't say that, they could actually go after them, because that the entire purpose of Fox News is to put out false and misleading information so that the wealthiest 2% can maintain control over our political system. That's the entire reason they exist in the first place. All right. So truth is a defense against libel. If you can show that, hey, this person actually did it, this person actually did say these things, then that's a defense against libel. Another defense is satire. That in the case of Hustler Magazine versus Falwell, 1988, Hustler Magazine published a very crude and not really very funny article about the Reverend Jerry Falwell, and where he got his particularly fundamentalist, conservative religious beliefs, and poking fun at him as a man in a very, very crude and unsophisticated fashion. But it was pretty obvious from reading the article that it was completely made up. It was satire, a satirical story about a public figure. Jerry Falwell sued, saying, look, my followers could read this and think it's true, especially the part about me having sex with my mom in an outhouse, which was in the article. It's like, okay, first off, exactly how many of your followers read Hustler Magazine? And secondly, what are you saying about your followers? That they'll just believe anything that somebody writes down? So, and the Supreme Court said, sorry, Reverend Falwell, you can't win a libel suit because this is obviously satire. Satire is protected by the First Amendment, which would be news to the president of North Harris College, by the way. So satire is covered. And then later on, they made a movie about it in The People versus Larry Flint, where Courtney Love plays Larry Flint's girlfriend, who in real life and in the movie overdoses on heroin. And as incredible as it may seem, Courtney Love did such a credible job of playing a junkie. Seriously. She was nominated for an Academy Award. I kid you not. Courtney Love was nominated for an Academy Award because she so convincingly played Courtney Love to play a junkie. Seriously, exactly how many years at the Stanislavski School of Acting did she have to go to learn how to portray herself as a junkie, right? This is how you get Courtney Love to portray yourself as a junkie. Roll camera. There you go. That's all it is. You just got to follow her around. That's all you got to do. Roll camera. Got it. Do you need another take? No, you were perfect. You nailed that sucker. Got that one down. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Courtney Love, a heroin addict? I know, just as shocked as you are. Can't believe that. Seriously. Really. Eisenhower, we're going to need you to play a general. Hitler, we need you to play a bad guy. Bush, we need you to play a dunce. You know, it's like, seriously? Okay, talk about typecasting. What else? Okay, that's about it. Finally, obscenity. That Howard Stern was a big supporter of the Bush administration in the weeks and months that followed the 9/11 attacks. Occasionally on the Howard Stern Show, the most popularly rated radio show in America, because of the overtly sexual and graphic nature of the show, sometimes little four-letter words would come out, mention of body parts, certain sexual activity would come out, and the station would get nicked with some fines from the FCC of $100 here, $1,000 here, $2,500 here, that kind of thing. Because broadcast television, as we'll find out, and broadcast radio is not the same as print journalism. And that the government can actually censor what goes on the airwaves, but only if it is, you know, obscene or that kind of thing. Then what happened is in the lead up to the Iraq War and in the execution of the Iraq War, Howard Stern turned against the Bush administration and started saying nasty things about President Bush. Then all of a sudden, with two Bush appointees on the three-member FCC board, the FCC suddenly decided that they needed to up the fine for four-letter words going out on the air from about $1,000 to $2,500 to as much as $100,000 per incident. Yeah, I know. Holy shit. Right there, $100,000. Oh, God damn it. Oh, no, another $100,000. Fuck. So, and of course, the only reason they're doing that is a way of basically punishing Howard Stern for coming out against the administration. Another fuck you moment from Dick Cheney. Well, what happens is this goes before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court basically says, like the judge here in the cartoon says, who the fuck do you people think you are? That's why there's two seats there, the two members of the FCC. Go, what? You can't have a $100,000 fine for a four-letter word going over the air. That, never mind the First Amendment. There's another amendment called the Eighth Amendment. No cruel and unusual punishment. A $100,000 fine is disproportionate to the crime. Dear God, you could break into somebody's house, rape every member of the family, kill a family dog, and you're not going to get a $100,000 fine. Okay, yeah, there's going to be prison time involved, but there's not going to be a $100,000 fine involved, you know? That's just bullshit. Kind of what the court said to the FCC. But again, it was nothing less than an attempt to intimidate, and it worked. Howard Stern went to satellite radio, where he doesn't have the audience that he used to have. So in any case, so the government's still doing shit like that. Something is obscene. Now, obscenity is an issue that the Supreme Court has had a harder time with than libel. Because with obscenity, who exactly is the victim here? Is the victim the person in the film or the movie? Is the victim the person who produces it? Is the victim the person who purchases it? Is the victim society at large? Who is the victim? Who's the bad guy? Is the convenience store that sells it, is that the bad guy? The publishing company, are those the bad guys? The guy who does the filming, is that the bad guy? Who's the bad actor here? Who's the person who is responsible for this? Who should be punished? Who should not? And what is the downside of obscenity? Is there a downside to obscenity? Psychologists and sociologists have different views on whether exposure to pornography increases or does not increase the chances of doing other bad things in real life. In any case, so the definition of obscenity was not very clearly defined for the longest time. That, in fact, in the Jacob Bellis decision in 1964, Justice Potter Stewart said that I cannot give you a legally defensible definition of obscenity. All I can tell you is, I know it when I see it. And that was about the standard until the Miller case comes down in 1973. Now, the Miller case sets out a pretty good definition of what is obscene. But one of the reasons the Miller case is routinely criticized is once the court came down with a pretty good definition of what is obscene and therefore illegal, they then turned around and said, but we'll leave it up to the states to decide using their own local community standards as to what is obscene and what is not obscene. Well, then why bother defining it to begin with? By using local standards, all sorts of people went to jail. For one guy in Virginia was convicted and got the Supreme Court to overturn his conviction of distributing pornography because he was selling Playboy magazine at his convenience store in Charlottesville, Virginia, the home of Thomas Jefferson, the author of the First Amendment. That a movie owner in Albany, Georgia went to prison for showing an R-rated movie called Carnal Knowledge with Jack Nicholson and Candace Bergman. You can watch Carnal Knowledge completely unedited on broadcast television. There's nothing there that you can't see on broadcast television, as it turns out. The local standards thing was crap. That part of the decision was absolutely a disaster. It also drove Hollywood to quit making X-rated movies. And instead, the mob started to produce X-rated movies because there's a lot of money in pornography, tons of money in pornography. And no Hollywood director or producer wants to get hauled into backwater Mississippi because some guy there thinks that his movie is obscene because the Transformer has a sexual appendage that's too large or something like that. So it got Hollywood out of producing the movies, but it didn't cut down on the movies. In fact, the movies got nastier, and it's kind of like prohibition with alcohol. You know, it just made criminals gave them another revenue stream. It's like, now in addition to drugs and prostitution, hey, porn! We can start producing porn too. Just when I thought we were going to start losing money. Thank God the porn industry really gets a start here with Miller. But the decision, actually defining what is or is not pornography, itself is a good decision. Number one, it's a three-part test. Number one, if the average person using contemporary standards thinks that the only purpose of the work is to arouse erotic feelings, then it might be obscene. That's the first step. The first thing you have to do, it's not sufficient. It is necessary but not sufficient. You have to show that the only reason that this photograph that I'm about to show you was taken was to arouse erotic feelings deep inside of you. Now remember, we're all adults. Don't go writing to your parents. Don't go writing to the dean because I showed you an obscene picture in class. Okay, here we go. There it is. The $100,000 Corvette. Usually you can get into a Corvette for about $50,000. But this one has a few special features on it, which effectively doubles the price on this particular Corvette. And of course, what is more obscene than a $100,000 Chevy? Right? I mean, if you're going to pay $100,000 for a car, the name Aston Martin should be on the back of it, not Chevy. Lamborghini, Ferrari, seriously, Chevy? It's like, yeah, I got a Chevy. I got a Citation out in my garage in 78. So, we got the same kind of car. You got a Chevy? I got a Chevy. Right? So, Obviously, the only reason that picture was taken was to arouse erotic feelings in 50-year-old men who are going through a crisis of some sort. Number 2, sexual conduct must be depicted. So just having pictures of children running through sprinkler systems without their clothes on, not good enough. In fact, the Mapplethorpe exhibit in Cincinnati, where Mapplethorpe was facing like 40 years in a federal penitentiary, state penitentiary, for distributing pornographic materials. Amongst the pictures that were put in evidence that he was distributing pornography and not just displaying art at an art museum was pictures of nude children, including one of Susan Sarandon's children, running through a sprinkler on a hot day. And they said, that is obscene. It's like, seriously? That arouses erotic feelings in you? Little children running through a sprinkler without their clothes on. That gets you hot. You might want to talk to somebody. You've got a problem. If you see little children running through a sprinkler and go, oh my God, I am so hot right now. Okay. You've got issues. Okay? You've got issues. So as long as Venus and David, stay apart, they're good. They're good. There's a replica of the statue of David out at this mall out north of the Woodlands there over in Conroe. And they had a statue of David out there, and after about a week of the phone ringing off the hook from Conroe residents upset that there is a nude statue of a nude man in the lobby, they decided to weld a fig leaf over his private parts because they thought it was, obscene and scaring the children and stuff. And it's like, really? I mean, they don't want the kids to know that, boys have pee-pees? Seriously? It's like, Mom, what's that? No! It's not like it's erect. It's not like he's holding it or anything or pointing to it, or grabbing it like any Michael Jackson video that any one of these children can see online at any time kind of a thing. It's not like Venus is grabbing him. I mean, how could she? So sexual conduct must be depicted. Kids running through a sprinkler. Not going to fit. Not going to fit. The kids are running through a sprinkler just because they don't have clothes on. Number 3, the work as a whole must have no redeeming social value. That there must be nothing in it that is redeeming whatsoever, much like anything Ann Coulter writes. That there's nothing in there that really adds to anything in the world, that type of thing. Now, one of the test cases earlier was Fanny Hill, the first deliberately dirty novel ever written in English. And it was written to just basically get people sexually excited. Back in the 16th century, that it was finally published in the United States in 1963, and several cities banned it, that stating that it was just too erotic, that it is a depiction of how brothels were working in the 16th century in England. And as soon as the book was banned, of course, they tried to say the ban is unconstitutional. They pulled in English professors to talk about how the book is actually an important piece of history, and history professors talking about, well, actually, the book does have redeeming social value. Number one, it's historically significant because it was the first deliberately dirty novel written in English. The Italians have been doing it for centuries. It portrays how brothels worked in the Middle Ages. And who it was that was likely to get involved in this kind of business, and who the Johns were, etc. Plus, there's also a plot to the story that in the end, Fanny Hill feels a little bit abandoned and alone. That there is a moral to the story of Fanny Hill. That sex without love is an empty feeling, and therefore it has social value. which reminds me of this line from the Woody Allen movie Love and Death, where he says, well, of course, sex without love is an empty feeling. But if you had to pick one, there's like, cold, alone, and hungry, and then there's sex without love that, what is like the Mount Everest of empty feelings, and what I mean. So you can look at movies where a scene or two in the movie, like Basic Instinct, might fit one or two. But if it's got a plot, if it actually has dialogue, no matter how bad the dialogue may be, nonetheless, it still has redeeming social value and is therefore not obscene. Then what about internet porn? Well, maybe after class. ACLU versus Reno, 1997. The Republican-controlled Congress, desperately afraid that we might go on computers and masturbate and make Jesus cry, passes the Internet Decency Act of 1996, and President Clinton signs it into law, because who wants to be anti-family in the 1990s? The law banned obscene material from being put on Internet servers. And it also banned indecent material from being put on Internet servers. However, nowhere in the law did it define what is obscene, and nowhere did it define what is indecent. And so the Supreme Court came back and said, absolutely, Congress can ban obscene material from being put on web servers. Absolutely right. We have a legal definition of obscenity. We have the Miller case. We know what obscene is. But what the hell is indecent? What the hell is indecent? You can't define indecent legally. And so, no, that part of the law is struck down. And of course, because of ACLU versus Reno, Internet porn has been wiped out. No more Internet porn out there. No longer can you log on to any websites and see pictures of people without clothes on, or people copulating, or doing anything like that. This is yet another example of when the government outlaws something, it goes away. Just like outlawing abortion will make abortion go away, outlawing alcohol made alcohol go away, outlawing marijuana in 1933 made marijuana go away. By outlawing Internet porn in 1997, there is no more Internet porn. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, no more Internet porn. Yeah, I'm sorry. But there isn't any out there because Congress banned it. And when Congress makes it illegal, that means that it goes away forever and is never coming back. Now, I do have an example of what I think is indecent. Can you spot which part of this picture is indecent? That's right, the lift. $17,000 for this particular Harley Davidson, and that was a couple of years ago. Yes, I was looking. And I was like, well, I could spend $17,000 for that or $5,000 for the Segway. But they send different messages. You ride the bike on the campus, it's like, hey, he's cool, he rides a motorcycle. Ride the Segway on the campus, hey, he's too lazy to walk in from the parking lot. When we come back on Thursday, we'll pick it up with important media laws. See you then.
Okay, so last time we'd gotten through obscenity, ACLU versus Reno. Congress can ban obscene material, but they cannot ban indecent material. First, there's no definition of indecent. Second, indecent is covered. Indecent is constitutionally protected. You can put stuff on the web that people think is indecent, and they can't stop you. They can't stop you. All right, a couple of important laws here. The Radio Act of 1927 was the first federal law to regulate the radio industry. Now, the radio industry was on the brink of collapse. And as we all know, because we are such fervent believers in capitalism, if a business collapses, the government's not going to come in and bail it out. So in order to prevent the collapse or possible government takeover of the radio industry, the Radio Act was passed in 1927, which limits where radio stations can be located. They need a license. You need permission to start a radio station. The radio station must broadcast on a pre-designated frequency. How big your transmitter is regulated by them as well. You start out at 1,000 watts and then you move up from there. You have to file reports. You have to do your station identification within 3 minutes at the top of the hour, and then 2 times every hour thereafter. All sorts of little things. You have to have a first-class engineer there. You had to have, until the 70s, a third-class license in order to operate, even, just to be an announcer on the radio. So this saved the radio industry, because what was happening is in densely populated areas, like, relatively speaking even, Dallas and Fort Worth, you'd have like AM 950 Dallas, for example, and AM 950 Fort Worth, both broadcasting with 25,000 watts. And what would happen is the signals would cross over, and you'd get something called crosstalk, and all you get was gibberish. And this kind of stuff was happening all over the place. Or radio stations were not keeping a close watch to make sure that they're supposed to be broadcasting on 950, that their signal doesn't migrate to 955 or to 960 or to 970, which can happen because of all sorts of physical phenomena can make your station go off its signal. And so they weren't looking at it to make sure it's on signal. And so they started to require that a first-class engineer had to come on at least once every hour to check the signal and everything, to make sure that you're still where you're supposed to be, etc. And I actually remember they changed it so you no longer had to be a first-class engineer to do it. I remember doing that. I started out as a broadcasting major, and one of the things we learned how to do with our on-the-air radio station was to make sure that it was at the right frequency and the wattage and everything was exactly how it was. You wrote it in, you wrote down the numbers into a log, put your name on it, and that told everybody that, okay, this is the last guy to check it. It was fine then, because things can happen out there. All sorts of stuff that's still in effect today. All the radio stations east of the Mississippi have call letters that start with W. And all west of the Mississippi have call letters that start with K. So you know about where the signal's coming from. And all sorts of other rules and regulations passed by a Republican Congress and signed into law by a Republican president. Written by future President Herbert Hoover. This is Hoover's greatest contribution to the country. Greatest positive contribution to the country, other than his example of how not to be a president. Even W, when he was told that the entire economy was on the brink of collapse, he says in his book, when he had a chance to be either Hoover or FDR, he chose to be FDR. Good choice, but don't tell Glenn Beck that. Now, in the Radio Act of 1927 was the equal time rule. Under the equal time rule, this applies to candidates running for public office. If you give a candidate an interview, 30 minutes or what have you, you also have to give the other candidate the same amount of time in consideration. And so the equal time rule applies to politicians, people running for office. They wanted to make sure that the radio station owners would not use their radio stations to monopolize a certain political point of view and to only use it to favor candidates that they want and not candidates that they don't want. Yes. Oh, absolutely you could. Absolutely you could. You didn't have to do it at the same time. There was all sorts of ways around it to kind of, mediate the effect of that or minimize the effect of that. Absolutely. Absolutely. The equal time rule is still sort of out there. It's, however, is not as strict as it used to be. They've loosened up on the equal time rule because typically, like in a presidential election, You've got like a whole bunch of kooky guys running for president, and they don't want to give them the chance to stand up there and make the Democrats or Republicans look bad. And so they want to make sure that only Democrats or Republicans are invited to do presidential debates today. And so there's ways around it. We don't want to get too far into it. Maybe some of that we'll cover when we get to campaigns and stuff. But yeah, you're right. Absolutely. There are ways around it. Now, the point is, do not get the equal time rule confused with the fairness doctrine. Now, the fairness doctrine is a little different. Under the fairness doctrine, the idea is that if you do an editorial or have somebody on your radio station do some sort of, social or political commentary, you should also provide some time for somebody with the opposite point of view to get on the air as well. Contrary to popular myth, this does not mean, as you pointed out, that you have to give them the equal time. That's for candidates. You don't have to give some crank who, some guy says Merry Christmas and some crank wants to come on and argue against that. You don't have to give them the same time of day, the same consideration, but that you should give him some airtime. And it could be at 3 o'clock in the morning, that kind of thing. And it could be 30 seconds, and you had a 4-minute. And that's fine. You can do that. You can do that. And so that's the fairness doctrine. Now, the fairness doctrine was taken out for a ride in the country by the Reagan administration, and nobody has seen it since. That it was kind of quietly gotten rid of in the 1980s. And immediately out of the chute, you had all these conservative radio shows start showing up all of a sudden. The most popular one still in existence, Rush Limbaugh, a self-made man who spent 1 year in college, dropped out, and then his dad gave him a radio show on the radio station his dad owned. And then he spends 3 hours a day talking about how, people really need to make it on their own and not depend on other people's help or the government help. Because there is no more shining example of a self-made man than Rush Limbaugh. Is he worth more than his dad? Sure he is. But it's not like he exactly got there on merit. It's not like, wow, this guy's brilliant. Let's find him a radio station. It's like, no, my son's too fucking stupid to pass freshman government classes. Let's put him on the air where only people dumber than him will listen to him. And it works. And it works because there are a lot of people out there dumber than Rush Limbaugh. Like people who think he actually believes everything he says. He has said on numerous occasions, my job is to pull people in, for my sponsors can make as much money as possible. So, he just says shit to piss off liberals. And why the hell any liberal listens to him beats the hell out of me. He doesn't believe everything he says. I don't believe everything I say. I don't think there ever was a fairness doctrine. Okay, so you can read a little bit about that. And about 98% of the airtime, whatever that is, 98% of the talk radio airtime is conservative talk radio. And that cannot reflect the marketplace. 98% of Americans aren't conservative. 98% of Texans aren't conservative. But probably 98% of the radio station owners are. And so that's how that works. Plus, it's a lot more entertaining to listen to Rush than somebody saying, well, I think we should reasonably sit down and reason together. Whatever. I need to change the channel to sports talk. Anyway, so then in 2003, Congress passed a new set of regulations which opened up corporate ownership of the media. Now, the trend towards fewer and fewer corporations owning more and more of the media was taking place well before 2003. That the rules were first loosened up during the Reagan administration. They continued to be loosened throughout the 1990s. And then in 2003, even a little bit further. That it used to be that there was fear of a monopoly of information, that one company could not own all of the TV, radio, and newspaper stations in a city. But then they changed it so that a company can own a substantial amount of the radio, TV, newspaper stations in the city. I believe Channel 13 and 11 today are both owned by the same company, for example. And you get that with other radio stations around here as well. In any case, there used to be a lot more restrictions on that than there is now. Part of that is because of the internet, because you now have alternative sources of information out there, not always reliable necessarily, but at least you do have them, whereas you didn't have that in the 1920s and the 1930s. And so this does reflect a new reality that there's a lot more media out there than ever before, and they did loosen it so that News Corp, Rupert Murdoch's corporation, could own 40% of all the media in America. That damn near half is owned by News Corp all by itself. And so they're far and away the largest media organization. The way the law was initially written is that you could not own more than 35% of the media, and then they had to change it because News Corp didn't want to sell off 5% of their assets. And so you can look at the rules. The gist of it is that it just made it easier for broadcast companies, etc., to own more media outlets than ever before. Concentration of media ownership is one of the contemporary issues that back in the 1990s, 60% of all radio and television stations were independently owned. And independently owned usually meant locally operated. So, for example, at WKRP in Cincinnati, you would have Mr. Carlson, who would decide what was going to go on the air and what format that he would have. Of course, Travis gave him a tremendous amount of advice on that. WKRP is only the best sitcom in the history of America. No sitcom is funnier than WKRP, period. Best one ever. It's also the most counterculture one as well. It's the only one where they had a character who was routinely stoned in the 1970s on the show. And I don't mean towelly. That comes much, much, much later. But Dr. Johnny Fever was a kind of drugged out character well before Towley ever showed up. He's Towley's grandfather, as it turns out. And if there is only one episode of WKRP that you can watch, it's got to be the Thanksgiving episode, where the radio station is doing a promotion by giving away turkeys. But the way they choose to give away the turkeys is to rent a helicopter and throw the turkeys from the helicopter, not realizing that turkeys can't fly. And, well, you'll just have to check it out on your own. One of the greatest, funniest moments ever. I'm still trying to decide whether or not it's better than the Modern Warfare episode of Community, WKRP in Cincinnati. The Thanksgiving episode, just hilarious. The fact that these guys would go up in a helicopter and throw turkeys out not knowing turkeys can't fly, and then people are running all over the place and mayhem is breaking out. And you don't actually see it, you just hear it being described on the radio, which makes it all the more better. Oh, the humanity, turkeys are plummeting to the ground like sacks of wet cement. People are running everywhere, and everyone's in the station is freaking out, Yeah. So in any case, by 2002, 2003, only 24% of radio and television stations were still independently owned. And in their place are network-affiliated or network-owned stations where the decision about what goes on the air is made somewhere else. And that's a concern. Back in 1983, 50 corporations owned most of the media in this country. When I say most of the media, I mean newspapers, magazines, TV and radio stations, books and book publishers and booksellers and distributors, music, movies, videos, wire services, photo agencies. By 2000, it was down to 6. And by 2004, 5. That's still where we're holding today. 5 companies control half of the media in the United States. And when you actually look at broadcasting, a much higher percentage than that. And that's a concern because with the corporate takeover of all of these independent stations and of the media, corporations expect all of their divisions to make money. And this changed news and this changed information in ways that I'll come back to. That I got to zoom out for this one, though, so you can get the big picture, so to speak. And I know I got to zoom out further than that. Okay. Now, when you look at the news holdings, the media holdings of the largest corporations in America, first you got News Corp, which is the largest far and away. And you start going through all the stuff that they own, 20th Century Fox Television, Studios, the whole bit. Direct Television is a News Corp company. All these different magazines, part of the Lakers, part of the Dodgers, part of the Kings, part of the Staples Center in Los Angeles is owned by News Corp. Madison Square Garden is owned by News Corp in New York City. So all of these different things that's owned by News Corp is just astounding, extremely impressive. Then you got AOL Time Warner. Actually, now it's just Time Warner. What the hell is AOL? And they own Warner Brothers, New Line Cinema, Castle Rock Entertainment, Vintage Roadshow Pictures, Gaylord Entertainment. Some HBO divisions are owned by Time Warner. Time Warner also owns Warner Cable, Sports Illustrated, CNN, TBS, a lot of those T stations. Any station starts with T. Turner Classic Movies, MGM Studios, MGM Distribution, on and on and on, plus all the different TV stations and radio stations and web content and America Online. Well, not so much. That has changed. All the cable providers. General Electric did sell NBC, which is this much of General Electric's media holdings. They sold NBC, so they no longer own this part. You can erase this part. The rest of this, they still own. Yeah, right? A&E, the History Channel, which, by the way, there's no history on the History Channel anymore. There's Ice Road Truckers, there's American Pickers, there's Axemen, there's Pawn Stars, but no history. Except sometimes at 3 in the morning, they might run a history thing. But there's no history on the History Channel anymore. That's ridiculous. That would be like MTV not playing music videos anymore. Huh. And then I don't have, and it's not a purposeful thing, I don't have the holdings for Viacom. Viacom is another major player. I don't know what happened. I thought I had the graphics on that one. Walt Disney, I couldn't find the same graphics. But I did find the sources in another format. Walt Disney owns ABC and ESPN, and of course Disney Pictures, Touchstone, Hollywood, Miramax, until recently Pixar, and then all of these TV stations, cable television channels, Lifetime Network, Lifetime Movie Network, Lifetime Real Women, because one Lifetime network is just not enough. A&E International. I mean, geez, you watch 30. If you're a man and you watch 30 minutes of the Lifetime Movie Network, turn in your man card. ABC Radio. WD in Atlanta, WMP in Chicago, another station in Chicago. Oh, WLS. WLS is a huge station. Okay. And then all of these other stations. And publishing, Hyperion, Miramax Books, ESPN Books, because, of course, sports guys love to read. But they've got lots of pictures in there. Hyperion, Disney, CrossGen, Jumpster, where is it? Magazines, Biography, Discover Magazine, Disney Adventures. Okay. And Parks and Resorts, Walt Disney Imagineering, Disneyland Resort, Walt Disney World Resort, Tokyo Disney, Disneyland Resort Paris, Hong Kong Disneyland, Disney Vacation Club, Disney Cruise Lines, Disney Theatrical Productions, Disney on Ice, the Disney Store, Club Penguins, the ESPN Zone, Disney Toys, Disney Apparel, Disney Food. Disney Food, Health and Beauty? You know, what if they start to offer foie gras? It's like, what happened to Donald Duck? Disney Stationery. Are you kidding me? Disney Stationery. Disney Stationery. Seriously. If you work for Disney Stationery, nobody knows you work for Disney Stationery. Yeah, what do you do for a living? I'm a whore. Oh, okay. Baby Einstein. Oh, the Muppets. That's right. They bought the Muppets. Okay. All right. Now, more corporate ownership means more corporate censorship. We'll get into examples later on of how corporations have censored the news in order to protect themselves from being exposed for some of their corrupt and or inept practices. Homogenization of the news, because everybody in the news game is now chasing the dollar. They tend to chase the same news stories. And so what you get is just basically slightly different versions of the news. One's like vanilla. The next one's vanilla bean. The next one's homemade vanilla. The next one is French vanilla. And so it's just different shades of vanilla. Greater pursuit of profit-generating stories. Basically, editorial decisions become made not based on what is the most important information that people need to know to make intelligent decisions, but what will bring in the most viewers? What will bring in the most listeners? What stunt can we do? What can we possibly do to make more money for our corporate masters? Now, as it turns out, not all the media in this country is owned by corporations. There is one called PBS, NPR, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And they're trying to shut it down. Once again, every time the Republicans gain control of at least one house of Congress, without fail, in the 80s, when they took over the Senate, in the 90s, when they won the House and the Senate, and once again now, when they took over the House, they're trying to kill PBS. They're trying to kill NPR because they're the only ones who are not corporate owned. And they have a different perspective on things than you normally find. And we'll see how different that perspective is in the notes. So we have to get there first. So the media. The first media in this country were newspapers. Referred to today as the party press or the partisan press. That unlike today, back then they did not even pretend to be fair and balanced. That they were completely in the tank for the Democrats. They were completely in the tank for the Republicans. Oh wait, I'm thinking of MSNBC and Fox. No, they were completely in the tank for the Federalists. They were completely in the tank for the anti-Federalists. They spread horrible, terrible rumors, some of them did, about almost godlike figures like George Washington and less godlike figures, but still pretty impressive, like John Adams and Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton and all these other guys that they are now trying to make it illegal to say anything bad about in Tennessee. There's a law proposed to make it illegal to say anything bad about the Founding Fathers in Tennessee. Well, notch up another one, Tennessee. Let's see now. You've given us goiter, incest, and now this. Way to go. Thank you, Tennessee. In any case, and the newspapers were relatively expensive. Very few people could afford them. They were about 6 cents a copy at a time when land was going for 10 cents an acre. You could buy an acre of land or a paper. Your choice. So, and part of that was because there was no newsprint, that the paper itself was made from hemp. George Washington himself, one of the crops that he grew was hemp. He was also the richest man in America at the time. And most of the hemp was used for, well, like rope and or making papers. And no, you cannot get stoned smoking hemp. Don't ask me how I know this. But that's pretty expensive, and you actually had to shuck this stuff off of there and then tear it apart and mash it up and put it together. So paper was pretty damn expensive for a long, long time. Then by the 1820s, developments in printing press technology and the invention of newsprint allows the price of newspapers to plummet from 6 cents a copy to 1 cent a copy. In the 1820s, we have the advent of the penny press. And the reason it's called the penny press is because the paper sold for a penny. Now, yes, that is a question on the test. That how much did the penny paper sell for? I get about a 16% failure rate on that question. Well, I wasn't in class. Oh, you're right. Because that's just not a general knowledge kind of thing that you could figure out on your own. How are you supposed to know? You're not from this country. You weren't in class. How are you supposed to know how much a penny paper sold for? All right. Then, one of the most important inventions in human history is invented in the 1840s when the telegraph is invented. Now, it had been around in some form or another, that somebody messing around with electricity before it was generated by anything other than cranking something, and magnets, figured out how they could send an electrical signal, and that you could actually use a series of dots and dashes, almost like a series of ones and zeros, in order to convey almost any information you want to convey. And so by the 1840s, telegraph lines are being strung up all over the United States. And one of the things that helped that out was also in the 1840s, you have the invention of railroads. And so railroads are being built all over the country. They're clearing out trees, leveling hills and everything to put up the railroad lines. Well, guess what they generally built right next to the railroad lines? The telegraph lines. So wherever the railroad went, the telegraph went too. And when the railroad goes across the country in 1869, the telegraph goes across the country in 1869. Also the same year that they laid the transatlantic cable from North America to Europe. The first one, somebody on the European side accidentally sent too much electricity through and they fried it. That could not have been a good day. It's like, oh, God damn it. It took us 6 months to lay this damn thing and 17 ships. And then this bozo put a little bit too much electricity. He hooked up to a 220 and now it's all shot to hell. So they had to lay a second cable across the Atlantic. And that's the one that stood. So the telegraph, like I said, is so important because it quantitatively changed the world far more than the internet, far more than television, far more than anything else. Don't get me wrong, very impressed with the internet. I'm just saying that prior to the telegraph, it took a long time for news to get around. We know, for example, that the Declaration of Independence was signed and announced on July 4th, 1776. But that news did not reach Savannah, Georgia for 30 days. It did not reach Boston for 2 weeks. And it was 4 months later, the folks in Montreal discovered that the United States has declared independence. It took 4 months for the news to travel between Philadelphia and Montreal. So news traveled only as fast as the fastest horse or the fastest ship. And then, of course, if you're more than 100 miles away, about the most you're going to go in a day is about 60 miles. And that's a pretty good rate to go 60 miles in a day. So it takes many days for this stuff to move. And the fastest ships were no more than about 30 knots, which is about 21, 22 miles an hour. So it wasn't very quick. Now, news travels at the speed of light. And no matter what they tell you on Star Trek, you can't go faster than the speed of light. And so now something happens in Philadelphia. People in Montreal find out about it within moments of it happening, and vice versa. Now, and as it turns out, the first ever telegraph signal was sent by Dolly Madison, the widow of James Madison, is the first American to send a message over a telegraph line. And so the telegraph quantitatively shrinks the world in a way that we can't possibly imagine. That you can hear about stuff happening on the other side of the globe after 1869, and yet it still takes weeks or months to get there. But the information travels in less than a second across the entire Atlantic. So it just really blew everybody's minds away and really shrunk the world. And now newspapers start springing up all over the place thanks to the invention of wire services. Wire services are a lot like the internet, but it's really more like cable television. Because what the Associated Press did, starting in 1848, is they said, look, for a small monthly fee, we'll run a couple of telegraph lines into your house, into your office. And then we have reporters stationed all over the country. And every day these reporters are to send in stories to our headquarters via the telegraph. We go over these stories, and then we send them back out on this other telegraph line. So this one's incoming, this one's outgoing. And so for a small monthly fee, you can receive this information that comes out from headquarters. And so it's not quite like the internet, because anybody can post anything on the net without any central or editorial control. Something that a lot of folks didn't understand for the longest time. But with the Associated Press, or with United Press, or Reuters, or International Press, or BBC, the information would be sent from reporters. HQ decides how much information should go out, or what information should go out, and then they send it back out. And then any information that goes out, you can use in your newspaper. So now newspapers did not themselves have to have reporters stationed in other cities to cover other cities. Now all you had to do was have a subscription to the Associated Press. And so newspapers became very cheap to run. Half a dozen people, you got yourself a newspaper. And you can cover the world after 1869. And so newspapers start springing up like mushrooms after a summer rainstorm. And the competition for readership becomes fierce. Now today the Associated Press and the BBC are the two largest news organizations in the world. The Associated Press has 243 bureaus in 97 countries. And if you go into journalism, or if you go into broadcasting, this is who you really want to work for. If you value your integrity, as Glenn Beck does not. You want to work for the Associated Press. These guys do good work. They break stories all around the globe. They are notoriously accurate. They still use tried and true journalistic standards before putting stories out, getting confirmations, secondary sources, that kind of thing. And so they have a reputation for being pretty sterling as far as being reliable. They've won 48 Pulitzer Prizes, including 29 for photography, 4,100 editorial communications and administrative employees on top of the reporters and other folks that they have out in the field. And so you many times see on the papers, on the net, that you'll have a story from somewhere else and it'll say Associated Press right after that. That means that the Chronicle got this story off of the AP wire service, or Reuters, or whatever they subscribe to. So AP, very impressive. Okay. William Randolph Hearst becomes an historically important figure. He is the co-founder of yellow journalism, that with the intense competition for readers, new journalistic techniques were developed to try to increase advertising revenues. Because ever since the first newspapers were published, even during the Federalist era, the number one source of revenue has always been advertising. It's always been advertising. And if you're a newspaper with a circulation of 500,000 people, and another paper has a circulation of 250,000, you can charge twice as much per column inch for your advertising as these people charge for their advertising. And so advertising rates are set based on circulation. The more people that read your newspaper, on average, because they average it out, the more people that read your newspaper, the more you can charge for advertising. They do this today, of course, with the Nielsen ratings for television and radio. That the more people that are listening to your radio show or watching your television show, the more you can charge for advertising. That it costs more money to advertise during, Modern Family's great. So, okay, it costs more to advertise during Modern Family than it costs to advertise whatever the hell is on NBC at 7 o'clock on Fridays. I got no idea. NBC's in last place. They got some good shows, but they're still in last place. So William Randolph Hearst is the inventor, co-inventor of yellow journalism. Him and Joseph Pulitzer did more to lower journalistic standards in order to attract more readers than any two men in human history. The cruel irony of this is that today, the award for excellence in journalism is named after Joseph Pulitzer, one of the two guys who really drugged them down. That's a little bit like naming the best quarterback of the year award after David Carr. We're starting to forget who he was. That's good. How about Iron Man award after Yao Ming? Okay, you get the idea. Now, Hearst himself was born into a fairly well-off family. He's sent off to Harvard, where he gets kicked out after he draws a picture of the dean on his bedpan. And so he goes back to San Francisco, and his father puts him in charge of running a newspaper that he had won in a poker game. I kid you not. And Hearst employs yellow journalism tactics in order to attract readers to his newspaper. Big, screaming front page headlines, printing rumor as truth, making decisions on what should be the front page story, not based on what is the most important information, but what is the most sensational information. So if you have an economic summit or an axe murderer running loose, you start with the axe murderer story. The economic summit goes on the back page. So that's how yellow journalism works. Now, it's hard to explain to you guys what yellow journalism is today, because today all journalism is yellow journalism. The goal of yellow journalism is to pursue profit and to maximize profit through any means whatsoever. Today, that's all journalism. That's what it's all become. Like, for example, when Anna Nicole Smith died, you couldn't get away from that story. That for days and days and days they kept running the story, and that's because after the first day, the ratings had shot up at CNN and everyone else, and so they ran the story the second day of her death and the third day, and they kept going back to it because the ratings were high. Now, you'd have thought that Anna Nicole Smith was somebody worthwhile, somebody that we should care about passing away, because her contribution to the world was, yeah, exactly. That it was like when, it was literally the American version of the death of Princess Diana. She was our version of Princess Diana. Absolutely she was. She was the American Diana. She didn't really do much of anything, took her clothes off for Playboy. That's the American version of Princess Diana. Princess Diana goes around trying to stop landmines from being used by governments. And Anna Nicole Smith, who used to live in my subdivision, it is a low-rent subdivision, marries some 80-some-year-old corpse who kicks off almost immediately afterwards and makes her one of the richest people in the country. But God forbid we raise taxes on her estate to keep the schools open. That would be wrong. Did I already mention they're cutting the freshman government classes in fall by 50%? Good luck with finding a class this fall. You might want to consider taking some summer school classes because we're still under the old budget for this summer. And then in the fall, Governor Perry's presidential campaign begins. So, anyway. So there's going to be virtually nothing you're going to be able to get if you don't sign up immediately for, so whatever, mass-based classes you have, good luck with that one. I'm likely going to be in Montana by then. Magazines start showing up in the early 20th century, and they're sort of like designer newspapers, that they're sometimes printed in color, they have high-resolution black and white, they've got paper that the ink doesn't come off of, that is kind of laminated paper. Some are general interest, like the Saturday Evening Post. Others are specialty magazines, like Scientific American, National Geographic, that kind of stuff. And they become very popular because in the early 20th century, people read for entertainment. That's how they spent their spare time. They read for entertainment. And people look at me like, no, that's not possible. Reading for entertainment, what? You're making that shit up. How can reading be entertaining? Well, all you got to do is read a book that's been made into a movie. And the book is almost always better than the movie. Almost always. Better than the movie. Although Lord of the Rings is a close call. In any case. All right. So then by 1920, radio shows up. And radio and broadcasting itself is unlike any other invention in human history. Because practically everything else that you have in your house or apartment, you have out of some sort of necessity. Like, telephone, human communication, washer and dryer. Hey, you got to take care of clothes. Got to wear clothes, right? Stove, refrigerator, sink, bong, all of these things basically fulfill a basic human need. But broadcasting does not. Broadcasting does not. It's really sort of the first invention where people had to be told this is something you want, not something you need, because nobody needed radio. Now, wireless communication, as incredible as it may seem, is invented in the late 19th century. And it had obvious practical applications for shipping in particular. So now you can keep track of ships at sea and know when the stuff's coming in, which is tremendously important so that you know to have everyone at the docks, because the ship is just about an hour from docking, so you can more efficiently load the ship. I mean, you can probably imagine how vitally important radio became for shipping purposes, right? And so they sold a lot of radios to all your shipping companies. They sold a lot of radios during World War I to all of the combatants, the Army, the Navy, you got it. They all had radios, walkie-talkies, and wireless communication was wonderful because you didn't have to worry about the enemy cutting your line. On the other hand, you had to worry that he might be listening to your communications. So they had to start coming up with coded signals and the whole bit. The only documents, only secrets that the government has that are still classified, that you cannot see and I cannot look at, are from World War I. Those are the oldest classified documents that still exist. And they have something to do with coding, with setting up codes. so that no third party can supposedly break the code, but that the person at the other end can break it. Code breaking is fascinating to me. That's really what wins World War II. Our ability to decode German transmissions faster than the Germans could decode them to find out what the hell was going on next, kind of a thing. So in any case, when World War I ends, radio companies like the Radio Corporation of America, RCA, loses their best customers. And so it's like, well, we got this technology, and it's very reliable by 1920, but how do we figure out a way to convince people to buy radios? They really don't need radios. They got telephones for the most part. So somebody came up with this brilliant idea of basically putting up radio transmitters in the largest cities and then start to broadcast entertainment programming over the air. And then people will hear about this entertainment programming thing, and they'll go buy a radio. And then they'll listen to the entertainment programming, and the way we're going to make our money is by selling the radios to all these people. That will probably lose money on the programming, but the profits for selling all the radios will more than make up for the cost of the programming. And then, of course, very quickly, they discovered that the tail was wagging the dog. They could give the radios away and make money solely on the broadcasting, on the advertising. And so very quickly they learned, holy cow, we're not going to be making money selling radios. We're going to be making money selling airtime, commercials on the air. And that's, of course, how they make their money. Now, they continued to charge people for radios. Radios were pretty expensive for a long time. This 1923 radio cost between $250 to $400, depending upon the options. To put this in perspective, a Model T Ford cost $150. So you could spend $150 for a brand new Model T Ford that came in any color you wanted as long as it was black. Or you could spend twice as much as that on a radio. And so at first, only the very rich had radios. But then technology really is something that does trickle down. That it starts up here, very few people can afford it, and then it gets a little bit cheaper, and a little bit cheaper, and a little bit cheaper. So radio was relatively common by the mid to late 1920s. Not everybody has a radio in their home yet. But it's not unusual to know somebody who has a radio in their home and to go over there to listen to the World Series broadcast. That kind of a thing. All right. Now, FDR was not the first president to be on the radio. That is one of the most missed true-false questions on the test. He was not the first president to be on the radio. But he was the first president to understand how to effectively use radio. That prior to FDR, other presidents like Harding and Coolidge and Hoover were on the radio. People would listen to their broadcasts. But those guys were talking to like an auditorium of people. FDR was the first president to sit down in a radio studio and talk directly to the people on the other side of the microphone. And when you do that, you talk differently. You don't say stuff like, you all, or I want you all out there to know, we're coming up with your greatest hits after the top of the hour. You talk to them in the singular. Like when his first radio address, he says, I know you're concerned about what's happening in the country. And I want you to know that we are going to fix this thing. That we will restore your confidence. You talk to them in the singular. Nobody else had done that. And people freaked out in a good way. They thought that was great that the president was talking directly to them. Now, it was also clever because about 70% of newspaper editors endorsed FDR's opponents when he ran for president in 32, 36, 40, and 44. And FDR felt, rightly or wrongly, I don't know, that the editors of the newspapers, most of which hated him, were quoting him out of context and spinning the stuff he said. All politicians believe this. It's called strangle the messenger. Nonetheless, one way to get around that is to go directly to the people and make your weekly radio address. Now, his radio addresses were so popular that the networks offered him as much time as he wanted. But he understood something that the progressive insurance people haven't figured out. There isn't Geico, or is it Progressive? Hasn't figured out yet. There is such a thing as oversaturation. There is such a thing as being on the air too much of the time. And so he limited himself to a 1 hour a week radio address, which is a tradition that is still carried on today. Every president since FDR still does a weekly radio address. It's just that very few people listen to it, and it's usually broadcast on Saturday or Sunday mornings. But if you go to the White House website, you can find the link to the president's weekly radio address, and then you can download it and listen to it if you want to. But that was a tradition started by FDR. Today, it's one of the dumb things you're expected to do as president. The weekly radio address, pardoning the Thanksgiving turkey, calling the Super Bowl winners even though you were rooting for the other team, that kind of a thing. That kind of a thing. Now, while FDR was not the first president to appear on a television broadcast, I screwed that one. Sorry. Everybody's going to get that one wrong on the test. God dang it. I swore I wasn't coming to class drunk anymore. While FDR was not the first president to be on the radio, he was the first president to be on a public broadcast of television. Now, television had actually been around since the late 1920s. That I found newspaper articles, magazine articles, and even a comic book from 1927 that shows a television on it. So the technology was there because television technology is very close to radio technology. And when my maternal grandfather went to Chicago in 1925 to learn how to be a radio repairman, in the height of the Prohibition era, on top of that, they showed him the radio. They showed him the television. They showed him the camera, the television, the whole bit. He moves his hand. There is the image. They're like, wow, that's cool. Why don't they come out with this? Well, because it's going to take a tremendous investment. And the radio stations don't want it to come out because they don't want to have to spend the money for it, that they're making so much money off the radio. Now, today, could you possibly imagine anybody holding back on technology because it wasn't, we could make a shitload of money, or we could invest in this and nobody cares. Because for one of the reasons, absolutely true reasons, that they did not come out with a television in the 1920s is because the picture tube was really small. And they figured, well, wait a minute. If you got a picture like this big, who the hell wants to watch anything on a little tiny screen this big? What kind of fool would pay money to watch a movie or television program or something on some little tiny screen like this? That's just ridiculous. You'd have to be an idiot to want to watch something on a tiny little screen. That's just ridiculous. They even had a mechanical color television set where they would project the picture onto the screen, and in between was this little color wheel that would spin very quickly. And so they had a mechanical-based color television back then even. That even color television they knew about as possible in the 1920s. But they did not invest in it. But every so often throughout the 1930s, you can actually find little stories popping up here and there about television, that at the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, the Nazis set up television cameras in the stadium and then broadcast many of the events to Berlin. People all over Berlin would gather to watch the Olympics in some of these bars or whatever you want to call them, and watch the Olympics. And so that's really the first sporting event to be broadcast worldwide, was the 1936 Olympics. So you heard about that maybe. Every so often you see an article like my cousin, second cousin actually, who owns a newspaper in Little Deschler, Nebraska. She found an article a while back from 1936, from their paper back in 36, where there's a story about how in nearby Bruning, this television tower had been put up. And that television is an invention of the future, where someday, in addition to sound, pictures will also be broadcast all over the place. Now, Bruning and Deschler are really close to the geographic center of the United States in Washington, Kansas, within about 20 or 30 miles up there. And so by putting a transmitter in that part of the country, you could effectively hit virtually any part of the country. And so you have television towers going up here and there. You do have companies doing research, deciding, no, we're going to go ahead and try to market this thing. By 1939, they're ready to go. That the World's Fair was an event which would highlight inventions of the future. And one of the inventions that they were highlighting that day was television. Now, what makes television possible is easily the most important invention of the 20th century, called the cathode ray tube. That thanks to the cathode ray tube, you get television, you get radar, and perhaps most importantly, microwave ovens. All because of the cathode ray tube. In fact, the cathode ray tube, the fact that radar waves, which are radioactive, high-intensity radioactive waves, can cook food, was unknown until shortly after World War II, around 1947. Some radio operator guy, some radio engineer, is going out on a cold day to check the radar array to make sure it's all fine. He has a Hershey's candy bar in his outer coat pocket, and he checks everything. It's all good. He goes to pick up the bar, and it's liquid. It's like, what the hell happened? Why did this melt? It's cold outside. And then he thought, maybe the radar waves cooked the candy bar. And so they started doing experiments with it and found that if you put it in an enclosed space, it'll cook stuff real fast. And so by the mid-1950s, you have microwave ovens, but not in people's homes. Those don't show up until the 1970s. You have microwave ovens, though, in restaurants back then. And it's just that they weren't shielded nearly so well. And so they leaked a lot more radiation than they leak today. Now, it's at this point in the lecture that I had a Jumpstart student 2 years ago, an advanced high school senior taking a college class, suddenly shot his hand up in the air. Of the 10 most bizarre / naive questions I've ever been asked in class, this guy holds at least 3 of the top 10 spots. Bless his heart. He raises his hand up and says, "Excuse me, are you saying that microwaves use radiation to cook the food?" I said, "Yeah." And he's like, "Did you guys know that?" And like everyone in the room said, yeah, we know that. Well, is that safe? Well, see, there's prompt radiation, and then there's the other kind of radiation. And the prompt radiation is okay, it goes away right away. It's the other kind of radiation you have to worry about. But you didn't know that it was using radiation to cook the food? Didn't you ever wonder why it is you can't run the microwave with it open? No, it never occurred to him that. But once I mentioned that, yeah, that is bizarre, because you can open the stove when it's working. But he couldn't figure out why you couldn't open the microwave when it was open. Although maybe when he was little, his mom did figure out how to run the microwave when it was open. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll remember the other two, so I'll give you one of the other two right now. When the Kennedy assassination came up, he raised his hand and said, "You mean there's a film of the Kennedy assassination? Somebody has a picture of it?" Yeah, you want to watch it? That he didn't know that there was actually photographs of the Kennedy assassination. The most photographed assassination in world history, as it turns out. But no, he didn't know that there were pictures or films of it. Also, to rag on another former student from a long time ago, I skipped over this, but you'll enjoy this one more. When I was going over William Randolph Hearst and how he lowered standards and everything, and at one point he owned 150 newspapers across the country, but he got us into the Spanish-American War. It was kind of a sleazebag. I had a student out at Lone Star from Kingwood ask me, "But Professor Howard, if William Randolph Hearst was such a bad guy, why did they name that car after him?" And I thought I kind of knew where she was going with that one. But I had to ask, what car? The car that they used to drive bodies around in? Now, she wasn't trying to be clever or anything. She was sincerely wanting to know why we would name the car that carries dead bodies around after William Randolph Hearst. I said, "Sorry, it's not a Hearst, it's a hearse." And it was called a hearse before it was a car. I was like, oh. And it's like, wow. She thought that Grandpa was taken away in a hearse. I thought she was going to go in the other direction. How come they named that competition shifter for gearheads that you can put in your 68 Novas after him? Okay. So in any case. So at the 1939 World's Fair. Oh, and this is a picture of the television that was debuting at the 1939 World's Fair. Now, there are actually a couple different models, but this one's rather interesting. The picture tube is in the box, focused up on the lid. And what you're looking at is a mirror image of the television picture. They figured that was the best way to project the image with the least amount of distortion, because it took them a long time to figure out how to make dim tubes flat. And so the tube was not only round, but it was like a globe kind of a thing. In fact, you can kind of see this. Actually, I forgot to tell the 1130 class about this. You guys will love this one as well. There is actually a television set that people saw also in 1939 in a little movie you may have heard of called The Wizard of Oz. That when the witch has her little, globe there in her little office, apparently, and Dorothy sees Auntie M calling for her, that's a television. That's a television tube that they used. And that they had it hooked up, and that's like the first use of a television in a movie ever. And they used it as a special effect. So some people were aware that this television thing was out there prior to the World's Fair, but most were not. Which is why what happens next is so funny. That they put about 200 television sets all over New York City, and especially Manhattan. And they put them in the display windows. And they tell folks that at 1 o'clock, you guys are to go out and turn this on. And so they go out and they turn on the TV. And a couple minutes later, once the tubes and everything warm up, this image comes on the screen. And everybody was like fascinated by this. Somewhere there is a newsreel from 1939 that shows the effect that television has on the general public. That when people were walking by and saw the television there and could see an image of FDR making the opening speech at the 1939 World's Fair, they quit walking where they were walking. They just stopped and pressed up against the window. It stopped traffic in the streets. People wanted to see what the hell was everybody else looking at. And so there is a film of all these people pressed up, like 12 deep or so, all trying to see this television thing on this little tiny picture on this little tiny mirror. And they stand there, and there are some pictures of the people inside with the film camera looking at the people as they're watching television. And the people are just standing there, staring blankly into the television screen, not realizing that's how they were about to spend the rest of their adult lives. Now, only a few thousand televisions are sold in 1939, and they were atrociously expensive, and I'm not exactly sure what the price is. But television used all of the highest technology that was available at the time. And one of the problems was that the government decided about the same time that television premiered that they're going to need as many cathode ray tubes as they can get their hands on for the purposes of radar. And with the History Channel used to run history on there, they had a nice little show that I still can't find. I'd like to have my hands on it. It basically is a show on how radar won World War II. There were, of course, several things that won World War II. And many times the atomic bomb is attributed as the weapon that won World War II, although we never used it in Europe. They made a much better case, and absolutely right, that it was actually radar that won World War II, learning when the German planes were coming in and where they were coming in and the altitude and speed so that we could go up and shoot them out of the air, while at the same time the Germans didn't have nearly as good a radar as we have today. Our technological advantage over the Germans in radar technology is why when our guys land at Normandy on D-Day, there is no German Air Force waiting for them. They're gone. They had been pretty much plucked out of the sky thanks to the advanced American and British radar. That the United States and the British invested about 10 times more money in radar than they did with the atomic bomb. So, because they had to have radar everywhere and figured out how to make it better, they refined the picture, they refined the signal. So that by the time World War II is over, thanks to all of this government investment and thanks to all of this research, the picture tube is bigger than ever before, and the picture is clearer than ever before. So that the quality of the television of the late 1940s was much greater than the quality of the television of the 1930s. And there have been a few folks that have questioned whether or not, if television was still as kind of crude later in the 40s as it was in the 30s, if anybody ever would have bought the damn thing. Because the picture really wasn't that good. But they got much better at learning how to broadcast the pictures and how to, do all of the fine-tuning needed to keep the signal focused and the whole bit, and to keep the picture from rolling and all these other wonderful things. And that's why, for example, on your old televisions, like with the knob on them and with the channels on it, there was no Channel 1. Because Channel 1 was reserved for research. It was the research channel. And so there's no television stations that broadcast on Channel 1. Not even today. And I guess that's where we'll leave it for today. We'll pick it up then and talk about the effect of television next Thursday. No class on Tuesday. See you next Thursday. The two most obvious headlines in the history of the Daily Cougar. Yesterday was Administration Opposes Budget Cuts. Wow, really? Does that even qualify as news? Today, the second most obvious headline in the history of the Daily Cougar. Sports not likely to feel cuts. Of course not. We're a Tier 1 university, and that's one of the requirements. I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, that would be a, screwed up priorities is what I'm saying. That can't be right. Really, I made that one brighter and that one dimmer. Story of my life. I just described both of my children. All right. The last time we were covering the media, we were up through the era of radio. Television's about to show up. Televisions are expensive. $800 for this TV in 1948. At a time when a new car is $1,500. Although you could get a Tucker for $1,200. If you ever find yourself in 1948, buy a Tucker. They're worth $1 million a piece now. The rarest cars ever made. All right, so televisions are expensive. Relatively few people can afford them. Television becomes so popular that it absolutely devastates every other form of media. For example, the first to feel the wrath of television is radio. Ironically, the first radio stations were the guys who started the first television stations. And so, consequently, okay, I'll save it if that's what you want me to do. I'll save it. There you go. There. Happy now? Okay, you can go away now. Yes, go away. Now, go away. You're not going to... Thank you. Okay. TV had a negative impact on every form of media, starting with radio. That if it wasn't for the fact that somebody had figured out how to put radios in cars, radio probably would have been wiped out, because that was their saving grace. That everywhere outside of Houston, Texas, people take less than 30 minutes to drive to work or to drive home. So what the hell? We'll settle on formats. We'll just play the same music over and over and over all day long. We'll just keep doing the same broadcast every 30 minutes. We'll just update the broadcast once an hour or so, but we'll just kind of just read the news over and over and over so people can catch the news whenever they're driving home or driving to work. That kind of a thing. And so radio settled on formats, in part because they were losing all of their stars to television. All of the big radio stars in the radio sitcoms, the radio dramas, the radio crime shows, the radio soap operas, they're all moving to television. So they pretty much had no choice. So today, the three most popular radio formats, in no particular order, because this does change a little bit from year to year, includes news, talk, and radio. News, talk, and radio, one of the more popular formats, one of the three most. And of course, Rush Limbaugh is kind of the godfather of political talk radio. He's the guy who possibly saved AM radio from becoming extinct. And he did it all by himself with no help at all from anybody, as he advocates all the time on his radio shows. That he's a self-made man who went to college for a year, flunked out, and then his dad owned a radio station. And so he gave Rush a radio show. And that's how Rush Limbaugh got his start. That he did it all by himself, without any help from his dad, who just happened to own a radio station. And then he became, don't get me wrong, he took the ball and ran with it. Bless his heart. But, he didn't really do it on his own. I get a radio show, I did it on my own. Rush Limbaugh gets a radio show, it's because his dad owned the radio station. What if his dad had owned a gas station? What would Rush Limbaugh be doing right now? Exactly right. Exactly right. That you are often born into a situation from which you cannot arise or escape. But Rush doesn't want to recognize that. This is America. Anybody can make it, etc. And of course, Rush was really hard on people with drug addiction. That drug addicts should go to jail. They're bad Americans. They're terrible. They're criminals. Excuse me. That he had a $10,000 a week OxyContin habit while railing against people with drug habits. And I know what you're thinking. This guy's going to hell. No, he's not. In order to go to hell, you must have a soul. You can't go to hell if you don't have a soul. So, he's not going to hell for that. Now, the beauty of OxyContin, if you're a hillbilly, is that it's relatively cheap. So how the hell do you have a $10,000 a week OxyContin habit when the beauty of OxyContin is it's so goddamn cheap to begin with? Well, I'm pretty sure it was because he was only spending $1,000 a week on OxyContin, and the other $9,000 was, don't tell anybody I have a $1,000 a week OxyContin habit. I'm pretty sure that's how the money went. All right, country music is the second most popular format in the country. I'll zoom it back out when I have to. Country music is the second most popular format in the country. No, I'm not going to click on the comment. I don't want to. You can't make me. God. Computers just getting more and more irritating. It's like, would you like to do this? No. Did I click on that? Trying to read my fucking mind? But I digress. Country music. Now, if there was a Mount Rushmore of country music, Johnny Cash would be on there. But you wouldn't know that from the early days. The country radio stations would not play his music. It was too controversial. He wasn't singing about his divorce. He wasn't singing about that's my story and I'm sticking to it. He didn't talk about putting a boot in them when you yourself was eligible to go put a boot in them and chose not to do so to pursue your own country music career. Like somebody. No, he sung about taking a hit of cocaine and shooting his baby down. Okay? Country music somehow thought that was not necessarily family friendly. And so they wouldn't play his music for the longest time, and yet he made it. Not only did he make it, but he was a crossover star. Had a lot of big hits in the pop charts. And so on the back of this record album, you have American Recordings and Johnny Cash would like to acknowledge the Nashville music establishment and country radio for your support. And so you can see the message that Johnny Cash is sending to country radio here. I made it without you guys. You guys didn't help me. You hindered me every chance you got. Something they left out of the movie, unfortunately. Because to me, that was just as compelling as the love story kind of thing. And as it turns out, while researching this, I found a picture of Johnny Cash at a much younger age. So, it even looks like him, right? So, okay. Religion is also one of the three most popular formats in America. That in the 1930s, Father Coughlin was to FDR what Rush Limbaugh was to Bill Clinton and what Rush Limbaugh is to Barack Obama. That at first, Father Coughlin was a fan of the New Deal, but thought that the government should actually socialize industries rather than just give them huge government contracts. That almost everything in the New Deal involved using government money to hire corporations to build dams, roads, bridges, highways, airports, that kind of stuff. Father Coughlin argued that if the government just simply started making roads, bridges, highways by themselves, instead of giving all this money to these corporations, you could get more people employed and you could get more stuff done. Eventually, FDR listens to him, and they formed the WPA in 1935, but that's another story. But Father Coughlin also thought that the government should take over the banks, that the banks had forfeited their right to exist as a private entity, that the bankers are run by these greedy capitalists, and they will run the economy into the ground every chance they got. And it's like, oh, Father Coughlin, the banks have learned their lesson. Never again are they going to be so greedy that they're going to shoot themselves in the ass and wreck the economy. And everybody's like, yeah, you're right, that's never going to happen. And then they all laughed and laughed and laughed. Now, what's really interesting about Father Coughlin, who really is a Catholic priest, The most interesting thing about him is the reason why he wanted, there was a second reason why he wanted the government to take over the banks. Because Father Coughlin believed, sincerely and absolutely, that the banks are controlled by this world Zionist organization that is trying to enslave mankind. So by 1939, even after the invasion of Poland, and he's still talking about how wonderful a guy Adolf Hitler is, his anti-Semitic rantings get so bad that even the Catholic Church takes notice and tells him either you have to give up your collar or you have to give up your microphone. And so he gives up his microphone. So Father Coughlin was a big fan of Adolf Hitler. He was a big fan of Benito Mussolini, even after the invasion of Poland. And then about the time I'm putting the notes together, Ted Haggart, a popular televangelist from the early 21st century, is caught in a giant sex scandal that is just too funny. It's too great. Ted Haggart has a pretty successful syndicated gospel hour kind of show thing based out of Denver. Got a huge mega church up there talking about the evils of homosexuality and drug abuse. And then when he was done, he would call up his male hooker friend. They would go to the local Motel 6 and snort cocaine off of each other's asses all night long. On a regular basis. So one day, his male hooker friend, who has no idea what Ted Haggart does for a living, not a clue, is flipping through the channels with another male prostitute friend of his. And they hit Ted Haggart's TV show, live broadcast. And it's like, dude, I am fucking that guy. No, you're not. Yeah, dude, I am so fucking that guy. Every Wednesday, he calls me. We go to the Motel 6. We snort coke off of each other's asses. No, you are not. Yes, we are. I'll prove it. The cell phone takes down yet another tyrannical leader. So he got on the cell and calls him. Ted Haggart's preaching and stuff, and he reaches in, turns off his cell phone, puts it back in the pocket. Dude, you're fucking that guy. I know. I told you. And so they alert the media that they're going to be rendezvousing at this motel, and Ted Haggart is caught, in flagrante delicto. And basically is suspended and eventually does lose his ministry, at least for a while. That he goes to a rehab clinic where he passes Charlie Sheen on the way out to get over his coke habit, kind of a thing. And then he goes to this organization who, in their words, not mine, can teach you how not to be gay. They call it praying the gay away. That you could go and they sing songs and read the Bible and talk about their deep, intimate feelings as a way to not be gay. And so he gets out of there and claims that he is now a completely heterosexual. He is 100% heterosexual. And just in case he is tempted, what they do is, when you leave, they give you this little card with a phone number on it. So if you are ever tempted to have gay sex, you can call this phone number, like an emergency gay hotline. And they'll talk you out of having gay sex. Here's the thing. If you have to call somebody to have them talk you out of having gay sex, you're probably not 100% heterosexual. You're probably down around the 45 to 50% heterosexual range. You're not quite here. You're here, not here. Here, not here. Nobody saw night and day. here, not here. Here, not here. Got it. So, I mean, speaking only for myself, if you're heterosexual, that's just something that doesn't cross your mind. You know, it's like, geez, I don't know, class doesn't start for a few minutes. I guess I got a few minutes to blow. Yeah, just, you know, if you're heterosexual, you don't have to be talked out. Just like homosexuals don't have to be talked out of heterosexual sex. You know, just, you don't have to be talked out of something that you're not attracted to begin with. That's all there is to it. Like sex with Rosie O'Donnell. Don't have to be talked out of that either. No matter how drunk she might be. No matter how drunk you may be. You don't have to be talked out of that. It's just not going to happen. It's just not. Just not. So just keep that in mind. All right. Then, I don't know why this is in the notes, but about the time I was putting this together, the British had done their national census and had discovered that that Jedi Knight is the fastest growing religion in the UK. That when they asked people to list their religious preference on their census, number 1, Christian. Number 2, none of the above. Number 3, Muslim. Number 4, Hindu. Number 5, Jedi Knight. There are more Jedi Knights than Sikhs, Jews, Buddhists, or spiritualists. 390,000 people in Britain identify themselves as Jedi Knights. There may actually be more, but they may have pulled the Jedi mind trick on the census taker. There's 1.5 million Jedi in the country. No, there's not. You can look it up. It's on the internet. Therefore, it must be true. 390,000 Jedi Knights, but only until Dick Cheney hunts them down to kill them, as it turns out. That's actually a recent picture of Dick Cheney. He doesn't even have a beating heart anymore, people. He doesn't even have a freaking pulse. You know, him and the vampires from the Twilight things. He is now officially the undead. He has one of these artificial heart things that they usually give to people to help them transition to a heart transplant, and it just vibrates and sends the blood all the time. There's no pulse. If you actually hit his wrist, he would seem like he's dead. There's no heartbeat. Seriously. So he's one step away from that, which is, I think, his ultimate goal. Now, the fourth most popular format did not exist in the early 1950s. But then what happened is some traditional white radio stations decided, let's try to attract a black audience. Problem is, there were already black radio stations. But we'll try. And so they started playing black rhythm and blues music. When the older folks would turn on the radio station and hear this jungle music, as they called it, they would turn it off in disgust. And as soon as they were out of the room, the kids would come in and turn it back on. This isn't Perry Como. This isn't Frank Sinatra. This is something like we've never heard before. And the first rock and roll artists were black. And because they were, there was a huge racist and religious and cultural backlash. Because after all, this is the South. It's Memphis. It's New Orleans. This is where rock and roll begins. And so there are boycotts of sponsors with advertisements on rock and roll radio stations. Death threats, bricks through the windows of the homes of people who work at rock and roll radio stations. And after initially increasing tremendously in the early 1950s, 53, 54, the number of rock and roll stations begins to decline when at just the right moment, 2 white Southerners show up to make rock and roll respectable enough and to put a white or Caucasian patina on black rhythm and blues music. The 2 white guys, Buddy Holly and Elvis Presley. And guess who was the highest selling artist by 1959? Buddy Holly was. Buddy Holly sold more records than Elvis Presley. Buddy Holly made more money than Elvis Presley. If you are going to invest and sign one of these guys to a record deal, in 1959, you're going after Buddy Holly. He writes all of his own music. Other people, like Johnny Cash, sing covers of Buddy Holly songs. And so you get a share of that money as well. So you're definitely going to sign Buddy Holly. He's outselling Elvis Presley. Don't get me, and he's from Texas. Therefore, he is cooler than Elvis Presley is. Lubbock specifically. Elvis is a phenomenon. Don't get me wrong. That about half the country absolutely loved Elvis. The other half of the country absolutely hated Elvis. That Elvis himself was not universally loved. Women tended to like him. Men tended to resent him very deeply. And Elvis was accused. Well, Buddy Holly had some problems as well. But Elvis Presley, in the deeper part of the South, had in many ways more obstacles to overcome. That his act was seen as dirty by all sorts of people because they didn't like the way that Forrest Gump had taught him to dance. And so, for example, Ed Sullivan refused to book Elvis for the longest time on his #1 TV show in the country because he thought Elvis was dirty, that his act was pornographic, that the way he danced and shook and everything. He even at one point accused Elvis of having a Coke bottle in his pants when he danced. Is that a Coke bottle in your pants, or are you just happy to see me? Eventually, after Elvis is on half a dozen other shows, and they're the highest rated shows for all those other shows, he finally books Elvis on the Ed Sullivan Show. I believe it's 1957. And this is still the highest rated TV show in American history. 87% of all televisions are watching Ed Sullivan that night. And not all because they loved Elvis. About a third of them absolutely hated Elvis. But it made Elvis an even larger phenomenon than he already was. And again, the controversy. We all love controversy. That sells records. That gets people to watch on TV. What's this Elvis guy all about? Kind of a thing. He was on one more time, and at his second appearance, while he was dancing, they blocked out the bottom half of the TV screen on a couple of his numbers because he was considered too controversial, and his dancing was having a bad influence on everybody. So Elvis is a huge sensation. Women are throwing their underwear up on the stage and everything. They love Elvis. Don't get me wrong. And it didn't hurt that Elvis got drafted into the Army to do his 2 years of service. That there was, at about this point in American history, you were expected, if you were a man and not in college, to serve 2 years in the military. In exchange for serving 2 years in the military, you got all of your college paid for life. Pretty sweet deal, and you didn't have to put any money down for it either. It was called the GI Bill, the greatest piece of legislation ever passed in American history. But in any case, so Elvis goes into the military. He serves in Europe. He's got the haircut. He's got the uniform. Elvis really helped to make rock and roll look respectable. It also helped that Buddy Holly was married and doesn't exactly get involved in a whole lot of scandals or anything either. So things are looking really good for Buddy Holly. Things are looking really good for Elvis. But things are about to get really bad for Buddy Holly and even better for Elvis. His #1 competition is killed in an airplane crash in the middle of a blizzard where the greatest rock and roll star in the world at the time gets on a plane, a small one-engine airplane, in a blizzard with an 18-year-old pilot. That would never happen in a million years today. First off, they'd be in a Gulf Stream. And secondly, you wouldn't have an 18-year-old pilot at the helm of the Gulf Stream. They flew the airplane because it was snowing too hard to drive. That's a sign that you might not want to go ahead and do the gig, as it were. They think the plane was actually going terminal velocity, just absolutely falling out of the sky at maximum velocity. That means that they would have been weightless during the whole episode. So Buddy Holly is killed, tragically, the day the music died. The name of his airplane was American Pie. And Elvis has no competition. There are other flash in the pans that come and go. Jerry Lee Lewis comes and goes. Fabian comes and goes. The Beach Boys and surf music starts to take off as well, but they still don't have the appeal of Elvis Presley. Then Elvis begins to notice at his European concerts, especially in Germany, there's a few empty seats at the back, and then a few more, and then a few more. And so he goes to the Colonel, and he says, hey, Colonel, baby, why aren't my concerts selling out? That I can see that my fans are getting progressively older. I don't see any of the young teeny boppers here anymore. Where are all the teeny boppers? Well, you see, Elvis, there's this quartet out of England that is the next big thing, apparently, that all the girls are going to their concert. And so Elvis suggests that they should perhaps go to the concert, but of course first pick up a bucket of chicken along the way. And he would later say that he had no idea what kind of music these guys played because he couldn't hear them. Because the girls were screaming the whole damn time. That back then it was not at all uncommon to do a concert in a room like this with a 50-watt amplifier. You probably have a 500-watt, at least, Dolby surround sound system back home. Okay? You have 10 times the power that these guys had. And so they were loud until the women were even louder. And so Elvis looks at these guys like, holy shit. If these guys ever come to the United States, I'm going to be stuck singing all of my golden oldies hits to a bunch of blue hairs in Vegas. And so he goes to the State Department and he says, do not let these guys in the country. Do not grant them a work visa. They're going to be a bad influence on people. And the State Department's reaction was, you're Elvis Presley, aren't you? Weren't you the bad influence last year? Weren't you last year's bad influence on America's youth? Because every year there's another new bad influence on America's youth. And then another, and then another. So he fails to keep these guys out of the country. And the immediate American reaction was completely negative. Now, this ties in rather interestingly with politics. CBS was doing a story on this group called the Beatles? Is that how that's pronounced? Or is that an L at the end? Or is that an I? The Beat? The Batellis? But in any case, I never heard of them. They're going to do a story on this English band that is like the biggest thing to ever hit England. Absolutely topping the charts, the whole bit. And so they got the story together and they run it on the CBS Morning News. They were going to run it that evening. On the CBS Evening News, they were going to run a story on the Beatles. The date, this is why dates are important. November 22nd, 1963. They were going to do a story on the Beatles. As it turns out, the news was going to be preempted by a little thing called the Kennedy assassination. And so they don't do the story until December. When they do the story on December as their last little puff piece before going off the air, there were so many phone calls into CBS headquarters wanting to know who these guys were and where you could get their records that they shut down CBS's phone board. It blew up, that they didn't have enough phone lines. Then the next day in the New York Times, there's a story on how the CBS switchboard was blown out. All the circuits were blown out after they did this story on the Beatles. And one of the readers of the New York Times, this is good, why you read newspapers, was the head of Capitol Records. Unbeknownst to the guy, Capitol Records had already been offered the opportunity to sell and license Beatle records in the United States. And they had said, pass, not interested. They went to Dick Clark and asked Dick Clark if he would be interested in promoting and selling and recording the Beatles. And he said, pass, not interested. And so the head of Capitol Records opens up sees the story, It's like, I wonder if anybody's got these guys signed. Margaret, find out who's got these guys. Sir, apparently we do. We still have first right of refusal on these guys. And so about 3 days later, they start pressing, I want to hold your hand. And about 2 weeks later, it becomes the #1 hit in the United States. So that's how they basically get started. Ed Sullivan is in London waiting to fly back to the United States, but they have to shut down Heathrow Airport. One of the busiest airports in the world has to be shut down. Why? He asks. Because the Beatles are flying back from a concert in Norway. It's like, the Beatles, what the hell is that? And so he looks out and he sees thousands of people out on the tarmac when that was still possible, waiting for the plane to get off, and the noise was deafening even inside the terminal. And he's like, I need the number for their manager, Brian Epstein, who, by the way, is still not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How is the guy who discovered the Beatles and brought them to America not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as an executive? How does that happen? How is he not, right? If there's like the Colonel's in there, Elvis's guy is in there, but no. So the immediate press reaction to the Beatles, overwhelmingly negative. These guys are a bunch of musical moron kind of guys. I mean, hell, they can't even read music. It says so in their press release. They don't know how to read music. These must be a bunch of morons. And so the Beatles come to New York City. They shut down the schools the day that they arrived because they knew all the kids were going to play hooky. So they shut down the New York public school system. Thousands of people are at the airport to greet them. NBC refuses to do a story on them because they're just so ashamed that these kids care more about the Beatles than anything else. That NBC, in fact, goes off the air that night, February '64, with an editorial. We were going to show you an event, an important pop culture event today, but we decided not to because it just, this is just basically another sign of the apocalypse, kind of a thing. And so they hold their first press conference, and the reporters treat them like they're stupid. That at the press conference they say, in one of your songs you sing about Beethoven. Not realizing, of course, that Chuck Berry was the guy who had actually done the song about Beethoven, thanks to Marty McFly performing it at the Under the Sea dance. So his parents would kiss, so he could be born and make 2 more movies. And so they asked him, so you sing about Beethoven. Do you know who he is? And I think Paul was like, well, yeah, we're big fans of Beethoven. And then Ringo's like, yeah, we like everything he's done. And then Ringo chimes in, especially his poems. And then everybody laughs like, we're not really that stupid. We've heard of Beethoven, that kind of thing. And then they asked George, because these guys had long hair. They were just like beatniks. Long freaking hair. Are these women wearing hair like this? It's like, George, you've got awfully long hair. When's the last time you had a haircut, son? And George's like, I had a haircut yesterday. And then Ringo chimes in, you should have seen him the day before. And so they start to actually win people over a little bit and stuff. But the reaction from the political right was just devastating. These guys have been sent by the Soviet Union. This is an actual article in the National Review to brainwash America's youth and to turn us all into communists in the whole bit. It's like, really? That's what you hear when you hear, I want to hold your hand? You're thinking this is a prelude to a communist revolution. Only you and Charlie Manson think you hear shit in their songs that isn't actually there. Okay? But don't worry, in 20 years, nobody will remember these guys. These guys, another flash in the pan. They're going to go away. Elvis was big for a while, but of course Elvis is done. As it turns out, not quite done. Oh, Elvis. Yeah, Elvis kind of goes away. Until about 68, he has a little bit of a revision. They do announce, though, by 1966, that he has signed a contract to appear at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas 20 weekends a year to sing all of his golden oldies hits. to his increasingly older and older and older fan base, who still like to throw their underwear up on the stage. It's just that the underwear is increasingly larger and larger and larger. That pretty soon it's just like a bunch of jellyfish kind of floating down, and onto the stage. All right, so nobody will remember these guys. Yeah, that's right. Well, here we go. These are the records that the Beatles still hold. Most number one singles, most number one albums, most weeks at number one. Group with the most weeks in the Billboard album charts. Group with the most weeks in Billboard Hot 100. Group with the most weeks at number one. Most songs inside Billboard Hot 100 at the same time. 14 Hot 100 songs, including number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 9, number 9, number 9. 14, 20, you get it, most songs in Billboard Top 5 at the same time. 5. Most chart entries in Billboard Hot 100. Only group to replace themselves at number 1 in the Billboard Hot 100 twice. That they got finally knocked off the charts. Really, who knocked them off? They did. They released another song. But now they've been knocked off again. Who replaced them? They did. They released another song. It would be 40 years until Usher would tie the record, as it turns out. How do you have the Black Eyed Peas lead and then have Usher come in as just kind of a guest appearance thing? Shouldn't that be like the other way around? Next time you book a Super Bowl act, make sure they actually have enough songs to last for the entire halftime, so they don't have to do Sweet Child of Mine or somebody else's song or something like that. Is there also a rule that you can't play the Super Bowl halftime twice or something? Like by the time you get down to the Black Eyed Peas, you might think, well, I don't know, maybe we should bring the Stones back again. Maybe we could ask Michael, no wait. Bring Prince back again. Jesus, somebody that actually has a portfolio of music longer than the actual menu at the Black Eyed Pea restaurant might be nice. Because apparently that's what these people had to do, that nobody bought their records, and so they started the restaurant, right? Those are the people. Most consecutive number one albums, 8. I think that's the most impressive one. They 8 in a row, number one. All right. Longest span of number one albums. Most consecutive number one hits. On and on and on. Most number one albums of the Cash Box, and all the Cash Box, and world record, blah, blah, blah. Hollywood reacts to television in 3 ways. Now, I discovered after I put the notes together an astounding fact that I really, really would like to put in here. In 1948, 100 million Americans a week went to go see a movie. 100 million Americans out of 150 million Americans. 75% of all Americans saw a movie at least once a week, and half of them went twice a week. That's how popular movies were. Movies were so big that it was not at all unusual for a town with 10,000 residents, for a town with 10,000, to have a movie theater that could seat 1,000 people. You don't have a lot of movie theaters today that can seat 1,000 people. And they were palaces. They were just absolutely gorgeous, wonderful works of art that it's so tragic that so many of them have been allowed to deteriorate and fall apart and to go the way of the bulldozer and stuff. That only lately has there been an effort to try to restore some of these. And you can kind of see that a little bit with the River Oaks Theater. Those kind of theaters used to be extremely common. And you would find a theater like River Oaks in a little tiny town. Routinely, you can still go through little burgs and stuff throughout Texas, and you'll see the old rundown movie theater there. You go inside there, tremendously huge building, but designed for one purpose and one purpose only. Really kind of hard to change that one. So by the early 50s, people were staying home and watching television because it was free. Nobody had yet invented $100 a month for cable television. So it was free, over the air. Movies, the tickets are 25 cents a pop right there. That's 50 cents. You're going to burn another 25 cents of gas to get there. And then once you get there, they're going to ream you with the soft drink and the popcorn. That's another 50 cents. So you could be out $1.50 or $2 to go see a movie at a time when minimum wage was 70 cents an hour. That you're going to be spending 3 or 4 hours of wages in order to just, go see a freaking movie. You can just stay home and make out on the couch. And that's how I showed up. But in any case, so Hollywood figured, let's give the people what they can't get at home. And what you can't get at home in the 1950s is color television. No such thing. So they come up with color epic widescreen motion pictures. I believe the year is 1955. That in the 5 years previous to 1955, 90% of all movies were black and white. From 1955 to 1960, 90% of movies were color. So one of the things that we can do is color movies. And they literally did color them. Technicolor involved taking paint and highlighting the color every few frames to make the color more vibrant and outstanding. You didn't have to do every one because the eye, puts images together, but you get the idea. You still have to sit there and paint every little frickin' thing there to make it look right. That worked for a while, but here's the problem. And this is the period of the epic motion picture. But every new epic motion picture, it's a little bit like the arms race. Every new epic motion picture had to be bigger than the previous epic motion picture, with more stars, with a more important and elaborate story. And so you have like the Ten Commandments and Ben-Hur and Spartacus, The Longest Day, the last major release in black and white until Young Frankenstein in the 1970s. My personal favorite, Lawrence of Arabia, and a few others. Ultimately, Cleopatra in 1963 is the last movie of the era, not because it was a crappy movie, but it was just too big. They had 20,000 people on the payroll, and for 6 months they didn't film a single frame because they were between directors. They had 6 different directors direct different parts of the movie. Just trying to figure out the director credits on this was astounding as well. That they were filming this on location in Egypt, Rome, Greece, Hollywood. And they had the biggest stars of the day. I mean, it was like the Ocean's 11 of, top, movie stars like Elizabeth Taylor and Rex Harrison and Richard Burton. These guys were the huge box office stars, and they each, weren't doing this movie for free. That if every person in America had bought a ticket to see Cleopatra, it still would have lost money. Fortunately, somebody came up with an alternative. That about 1963 is also the time that color television begins to be sold and the first color television broadcasts take place. That color also was a pretty spectacular invention. Oh, and widescreen movies, not widescreen, big screen. 25-inch screens are invented. And I know what you're thinking, but if you've been watching a 12-inch black and white screen and you see a 25-inch color screen, that's the most fantastic thing you've ever seen in your life. You just start watching shit because it's in color. That kind of thing. At least I did. So somebody came up with a clever idea. Movies had always been released with this code that showed that this movie was completely appropriate for all audiences. All movies prior to 1966 were G. There are a couple of exceptions, like The Outlaw by Howard Hughes and The Moon is Blue, that did not get the family seal of approval because they used the word pregnant to describe a woman who was with child. Pregnant was considered too graphic a description back then. And they refused to take the word pregnant out of it, and so that was released without the seal of approval. And as it turns out, both The Outlaw and The Moon is Blue were huge box office hits, and that indicated that there was some interest in watching something that wasn't necessarily G-rated. And so when Bonnie and Clyde comes out in 1966, the older critics and the older audience hated it, but the younger audience loved it. It was stuff you'd never seen before. A nude Faye Dunaway when that was still a pleasant thing to see. walks across her bedroom because somebody's honking the horn. And throughout the movie, lots of people, as you can imagine, with the title Bonnie and Clyde, okay, are shot and killed graphically. This was the most graphically violent movie ever made up to that time. Even more graphic than The Longest Day, about the Normandy invasion. And it was a huge box office hit. And so as soon as Bonnie and Clyde is the first penguin in the water, so to speak, everybody else starts putting in sex, violence, and nudity in their movies. And they all become box office hits because they're just different. Nobody had been able to see that stuff, and you certainly can't see that on television. Ironically, even though sex, violence, and nudity is overwhelmingly popular, the two biggest box office hits of the 1960s had none of that. They were throwbacks to a previous era. Anyone care to guess without Googling what the two biggest box office hits were of the 1960s? Give you a hint. Both movies had the same actress. The actress was Julie Andrews. And? You got it. That's right. Sound of Music, Mary Poppins, in that order, were the two biggest box office hits of the 1960s. Absolutely. Absolutely right. Say what? I know you should, but we'll work it out. I have this little card that, well, never mind. But by 1972, now you can get sex, violence, and nudity at home, thanks to home box office. So it's like, damn it. Now they're watching Bonnie and Clyde on television, unedited. Now how are we going to get people out to the motion pictures? Well, by the way, also, this is also when they started to rate movies. That because people are taking their kids to go see Bonnie and Clyde, like, okay, it is a story about gangsters. You understand that, right? You understand that Bonnie and Clyde did die in a hail of gunfire, right? And you're taking your 8-year-old to go watch this movie? And so they decided people are clueless. They need to have a rating system so they know which movies might be appropriate for various audiences. Now, the only thing creepier than some of these movies is the rating system poster itself. That who the hell came up with this? I mean, seriously. I mean, check out the G rating there, okay? I see what they're trying to do here. They show, well, the kids are there and they're cool with it. The parents are there, they're cool with it. But what the hell is the giraffe and the rabbit? This is safe for giraffes and rabbits? You know, are they saying that no animals will be harmed in this movie? Is that what they're saying? It's animal safe? Is that a giraffe or is that the Loch Ness Monster? Seriously. And then, why the hell is the pilgrim there? I mean, what are they saying? That 16th century Puritans would have no trouble at all watching this movie? You know, what the hell is that about? And is the rabbit with the Puritan? Is he just standing next to it? And then you got this guy over here who's all by himself. Why would an obviously adult man go see a G-rated movie by himself? Right? These kids had better not sit next to that guy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And then you have PG movies, which apparently the pilgrim is gone, but the rabbit is still there, and now a black lady has shown up to replace the pilgrim. And apparently the rabbit isn't comfortable with the black lady as it is with the pilgrim. And so, you know, it's kind of over here. The girl's eyes are covered by the mother, but the boy's eyes are just fine. He's able to watch everything here, so appropriate for boys, not appropriate for girls of the same age. Got it. And then what the hell is this guy? You know, was he a jockey? Did he fall off of his horse and then do some looting and then take the boombox from somebody? Or what the hell is that? They have a lawn jockey with a boombox. Seriously. I mean, that's the hat they got, right? What are they thinking? And then PG-13. Okay, the rabbit's still there, but now the little girl is protecting the rabbit from what she sees. The boy is only allowed to see one eye, which renders the 3D images completely useless, as it turns out. And then, for completely unknown reasons, the Joker has shown up to watch this movie as well. Why is the Joker there? If the Joker's there, Batman can't be that far away. You know, why so serious? You know, come on, Batman. What the hell? And then you got the R-rated. Okay, this guy looks a lot happier about going to an R-rated movie than his date. So it looks like this creep is taking me to an R-rated movie for a first date. That's a no-no. You don't take your date to an R-rated movie for the first date, okay? Right, you absolutely don't do this. Why is the father dressed up? Why did mom and dad go get dressed up to watch an R-rated movie? I guess the idea was, oh, they don't have the kids, so they're going to go have a nice night out and watch the R-rated movie and go home. And then a black couple has shown up for the first time. That apparently black people are okay with PG movies and R, but PG-13, not so much. Not so much. And then is this her date? Is it her son? What the hell is this? And then creepiest of all, they used to call it X, but now they call it NC-17. And the rabbit has returned. And apparently, whatever it was that was inappropriate for the rabbit to see, for the PG-13, is perfectly okay now if he wears sunglasses. That he doesn't want people to know that he's seen NC-17 movies, kind of thing. But this guy shows up by himself to see a pornographic movie. That's just bad form. Okay, you don't do that. You stay at home to watch those movies by yourself, Pee Wee Herman. I mean, and actually, I'm pretty sure this guy is this guy here without his Letterman jacket on. Also, I'm pretty sure this guy is the brother of this guy. Because they look remarkably alike. In fact, maybe this is the older brother, this is the middle brother, and this is the younger brother. Or the Joker. I don't know. But this is supposed to help you decide whether or not the movies are appropriate or not. I'm not so sure that they aren't counterproductive. The third wave, 20th Century Fox, had been losing money, bleeding money since Cleopatra. They had been on the verge of bankruptcy for over a decade. They have a huge hit, though, with American Graffiti, which is spun off to a TV show called Happy Days. There's also another movie about this time, MASH, that is spun off into a TV show called MASH. In fact, the movie MASH is an historically important movie because it is the first movie to have the F word in it. I know what you're thinking. No fucking way. Yeah, absolutely. It was the first movie with the F word in it. And so you start having movies starting to be spun off on the TV shows. And there were others. Not all of them were quite as successful as Happy Days and MASH, which are, way, way the hell up there, of course. So 20th Century Fox is in trouble. George Lucas has one hit, American Graffiti. He goes to Fox and says, I got this idea for a space movie. It'll have no plot, no acting, no dialogue. But it will have a lot of really cool special effects. And the president of Fox greenlights it. Then it goes over budget. The president of Fox allocates more money. Then it's not going to be released on time, no problem. The president of Fox extends the deadline for delivering the movie. By this time, the Fox board of directors wants to talk to the president of Fox. What are you doing? We read the script for this movie. It's dog food. Nobody's going to go see it. Nobody gives a shit about special effects. You know, there's special effects in Mary Poppins, you know. Okay, that's a bad example. That was a huge hit, but you get the idea. Nobody gives a shit about special effects. You're never going to have special effects better than 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's just not possible, you know. And the president of Fox says, absolutely not. We are going to release this movie. I absolutely believe in the project. This is going to be a huge hit. In the meantime, a script is sent to Kenner, the toy maker, and they are offered the exclusive license to make toys that will be based on this space movie. And Kenner says, pass, not interested. And so this little space movie comes out about a princess, a pirate, and a farm boy, and becomes the biggest box office hit since Gone with the Wind. In fact, it's the first movie to beat Gone with the Wind, which they thought Sound of Music was going to do it, and then Sound of Music kind of levels off. They thought Mary Poppins was going to do it. I remember the longest line I've ever seen for a movie was when Mary Poppins came out, and we were going to go down and see it, and the line went around the block. It's like, that's not going to happen. In any case. So, Star Wars is a huge hit. The folks at Kenner pucker big time. Oh, holy shit. We could have had these toys on the shelves. They would have been flying off the shelves by now. Oh, damn it. And so we have to start making these toys and shit like this from scratch. So Christmas 1977, 6 months after the movie comes out, a lot of kids under their Christmas tree opened up their Christmas present, and they had a box that, said TIE Fighter on it. But there is no TIE Fighter in the box. Just a certificate that says if you mail this in after April 1st, 1978, you will receive a TIE Fighter in the mail. Now, of course, today, not only are the first wave of Star Wars toys extremely popular collector's items, but you know what's even more valuable than those toys? The gift certificate. Absolutely. Because damn near every kid, absolutely, here you go. I want the toy. Kind of a thing. Now, so Star Wars is historically important because they changed the way that movies are marketed. So now, if they think a movie just might be a big hit, they go ahead and have the toys out beforehand and stuff. All the plastic little things for the kids. You go to Toys R Us, see the next Iron Man movie comes out. Before it comes out, they got the action figures. Before the next Spider-Man comes out, they got the action figures. Yeah. Yeah, he got a pretty sweet deal because nobody believed in him. Nobody believed in the movie. He did, and the president of Fox did, and bingo, biggest hit ever. So, of course, everybody knows. By this time, they're no longer making 3.5-hour movies like Lawrence of Arabia with an intermission. Today, you would make that a 2 or 3 movie trilogy. And so everybody knew that there was going to be a sequel to Star Wars. It was just too big not to have a sequel. Also, everybody knew sequels suck. Other than Godfather 2, the sequels, dog meat. I mean, there was a sequel to The Sound of Music called The Song of Norway. Tanked. Nobody went to go see it. Terrible movie, too, by the way. So, sequels were just cheap rip-offs, and everybody knew, look, Empire Strikes Back is going to suck. It can't possibly be as good as Star Wars. And so, the same directors who tried to kill Star Wars call the president of Fox in and says, look, we want an extra $1 million up front from Lucas for Empire Strikes Back because we don't think it's going to make much money. And the president of Fox tells him, no, I've seen the rushes. I've seen the clips. It's as good as Star Wars, if not better. There's an actual plot now. There's an actual twist that is going to blow people's minds away. That, trust me, this is going to do well at the box office. It's going to do very well. No, we don't think so. We want the extra $1 million up front. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I think we have to honor our contract here. And so they said, fine, you're fired. And so they fired the guy who had delivered them Star Wars against their will. And they never even bothered to second guess whether firing him and getting an extra $1 million for, Empire Strikes Back was the wrong thing to do. As it turns out, it was a horrible, horrible thing to do. Because when they're getting done, when they're wrapping up Empire Strikes Back, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas are talking about making a series of movies about an ass-kicking archaeologist. And the plan was that they would, this way I can deduct the cost of the hat, because I used it as a visual aid in a classroom. They were talking about making a series of movies about this ass-kicking archaeologist, and they were going to make them through 20th Century Fox. But then when 20th Century Fox fired the president of Fox, they decided to sign with Paramount instead. And so Fox lost out on the entire Indiana Jones franchise. 3 of the highest grossing movies of all time are the Indiana Jones movies, as it turns out. 1 or 2 of them did better than Empire Strikes Back. So, sorry, Fox Board of Directors. What a bunch of frickin' morons, is all I'm saying. And then Return of the Jedi, I liked it a lot better than its sequel, Avatar. Because Avatar was a remake of Return of the Jedi, wasn't it? Because it was practically the same plot, right? You're going to this alien planet, and there's big guys are coming to, and at the end, you have to defeat the bad guys and become one of these Jedi things to win. And think about it, it's the same movie with fewer Muppets. Okay, the 4th wave, TV shows made into movies. So now it's come full circle. Instead of movies being spun off into TV shows are now being spun off into movies. Some of them are pretty good, like Charlie's Angels. Just joking. Maverick was excellent, though. Maverick. I'm amazed they didn't make more Maverick movies. But apparently there's some problems with Mel Gibson. I don't know. Kind of a thing. Oh, did anyone catch Letterman the other night? He did a fictional telephone call between Mel Gibson and Charlie Sheen. Oh, God. Just hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Even though I am pissed at Letterman. Because David Letterman has twice ripped me off. And owes me money. You see, usually I make the point that when the Beatles came over, this allowed the Stones to come over, Led Zeppelin to come over, and the greatest rock band of all time, The Who, to come over. And without The Who, we wouldn't have CSI. In fact, that's why they don't make any more CSI television shows. They run out of appropriate Who songs. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, like a CSI Detroit. It looks like this birthday party turned into a homicide party. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest, and when Daddy comes home, he never gets no rest because they're playing all night, and the music's all right. Mama's got a squeeze box, Daddy never sleeps. See, that doesn't work. Now, I have been doing that routine for a solid decade now. And on one of the episodes of 2.5 Men, after I'd been doing it for several years on stage, in class, there's an episode of 2.5 Men where Charlie's moronic, leeching-like brother, who is in fact based on my brother, marries this really hot, fantastically hot girlfriend in Vegas. And then she divorces him, but then she comes back and wants money so she can take acting lessons. And they give her the money thinking, what harm is it going to do? And then they cut to them watching like a new CSI show. And it's like CSI Memphis or CSI St. Louis or something like that. And she does the whole Gideon thing. It looks like this murder party turned into a homicide party. And then they play Squeeze Box in the background. There is no way that there are two people that have that same sick mind. Okay. That is not a coincidence. That much stuff being just like my bit can't be a coincidence. I tried to attribute it to a coincidence. No way. That was the second time Letterman had ripped me off. The first time was when they discovered Saddam Hussein hiding in that spider hole in Iraq. And I was at the Laugh Stop 2 days later. And I said, you know, that spider hole that they caught Saddam Hussein hiding in is the second worst hole any world leader has ever been caught in. Two days later, Letterman's doing his monologue, and he does the same joke, word for word, identical to the joke I had done on stage at the Laugh Stop 2 days before. So he owes me $500 because I wrote effectively 2 bits for him, and he has not yet acknowledged me on that. I don't think I've shown the Mike McRae video in here yet. Mike's a friend of mine who's been on Letterman and stuff. I'll have to. It's too bad I don't have the link because he's the only guy I know who does a Harrison Ford impression, as it turns out. Yeah, he does the Harrison Ford impression. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Show it now. It's going to take me a while to pull up the link. I got to log into Facebook, find his thing, find the video. It's going to take too long. Let's keep moving. Daily newspaper circulation. Daily newspaper circulation began to decline during World War II. But television certainly didn't help. At about the time of the Kennedy assassination, the number of people who reported getting their news from television for the first time exceeded the number of people who claimed in polls that they were getting most of their news from newspapers. And so it's really the early 1960s that television news eclipsed newspapers as the number one source of news for most Americans. And so there's a huge chart showing the decline of newspapers in newspaper circulation. Television put many formerly popular magazines out of business because people were not using their spare time to read. They were using their spare time to watch television. And so magazines like the Saturday Evening Post and Look magazine, gone by the 1960s, mid-60s or so. Since 1962, the best-selling magazine in America has been, guessing, no, not Playboy. Everybody guesses Playboy. It has to be something that everybody cares about. And Ted Haggart doesn't care about Playboy. Oh wait, he does now. TV Guide. A magazine about what to watch on television. Has been the best-selling magazine since 1962. Ironic. Television also had a negative impact on literacy rates, obesity, and health, and that was just on the Bundys alone. That, in fact, by 1961, President Kennedy has been told by the Surgeon General of the United States there is an epidemic of obesity amongst American school children. They are not exercising. They are spending their spare time watching television. And so they started the presidential physical fitness system that the schools were to do certain, make the kids run a mile and all sorts of crap like that so they can get the presidential physical fitness badge to stop childhood obesity in its tracks. Mission accomplished, President Kennedy. Let's put the government on it. That'll make obesity go away. And 45 years later, no more obesity problems. Not at all. Nobody's afraid of kids being too fat today because they're sitting on their ass watching TV or playing video games. Nope, not at all. Problem solved. Mission accomplished. Way to go. All right, contemporary media issues. How long do you think it would take me to pull up the video? Let's see. Facebook login. Facebook login. What, you can't find Facebook? What the hell is wrong with you, MSN? You suck. How can you not find Facebook? Look at it. It's like, Facebook? What the hell is Facebook? Did the Egyptian government just cut us off from access? Is that what's going on here? What the hell? Okay. It's still searching for Facebook. No, just find Facebook for me. It can't. It can't find Facebook. Facebook, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, next time. All right. Contemporary media issues include, but are not necessarily limited to, corporate ownership and centralization. President Bush Sr. becomes the first president to leave America during a presidential election. An election where the only bad thing you could basically say about him was that he was too concerned with foreign policy and a little bit of out of touch with domestic policy. And so he leaves the country. And while live on Japanese television, he throws up on the Prime Minister of Japan and faints. This is similar to an incident with President Carter where he tried to show that he was a strong and decisive leader by entering a marathon. 3 miles in, he fainted. And an unconscious Jimmy Carter is on the front cover of the Washington Post. The fake turkey picture. The Bush folks discovered that Hillary Clinton had made a surprise trip to Afghanistan for Thanksgiving 2003, about a year after the invasion. And the president had yet to visit any of those places because despite the fact he was telling everybody things were going well, it was too scary to go over there. That this guy had a natural penchant for avoiding combat zones, as it turns out, ever since he was in college. So what happens is in the middle of the night, they pull him out of bed, put him on Air Force One, and they fly him to Baghdad. So this picture can be taken of him holding the centerpiece. So it looks like he personally went over there to serve the troops. Now, they took a lot of pictures of him talking with the troops who were generally thrilled to see the President of the United States, although they did screen them first and ask them to turn in their weapons and pick guys who fit the demographics of the folks that are most likely to support President Bush. So he'd have a relatively friendly reception. He was on the ground a total of 90 minutes, and at no time did they actually get a picture of him cutting the turkey and putting it on plates and serving it to them. They just had him sitting down and eating. They had him holding this, but at no point could he soil his hands by doing something like this. And so that's one of the most expensive photographs taken in world history, because we have to gas up Air Force One, fly it halfway around the world, and actually when the president flies overseas with Air Force One, there's 2 Air Force Ones. They're identical in every possible way. They fly them both overseas. Just in case there's a problem with the one, he can go in the other one and fly it back. They take their own fuel with them out ahead of Air Force One so that they fuel up with fuel that has been flown from the United States. Rather than fuel that's there that might be tainted and might cause the plane to crash because you've tainted the fuel somehow. This picture probably cost several $1 million in taxpayer money to be taken, to try to show that the president actually cares about the troops. Really, how much does the president truly care about the troops? Actions speak louder than words. President Bush, and I've had several students here at U of H that were on this aircraft carrier, that it had just come back from the Middle East, from the invasion of Iraq. They're coming back. They're about a day out of San Diego, very anxious to see their family for the first time in 6 months, when they get a call from the White House. The president would like to stage a media event on the deck of your aircraft carrier. Stay where you're at. Hold your position. In fact, make sure that you're out so it looks like you're out in the sea so we don't see San Diego in the background. We don't want any pictures of downtown San Diego. And so they had to wait for the president to show up. The president shows up the next day. He gets off the plane in a flight suit to make it look like he had just defeated the aliens at the end of Independence Day. That's why they did it. That's not my commentary. That's not my personal opinion. That's why they did it. So people would associate Bush with the president from Independence Day, who had just defeated the evil aliens and was getting out in a flight suit to greet all of the other people at the end. He gets off the plane and decides, man, I'm really tired. I could use a nap. There's 3,000 people on the flight deck in their full dress uniforms and the whole bit. Their lives have already been seriously disrupted for this media event. And now the president goes and takes a 2-hour nap while everybody's out there standing around waiting for him. I'm not sure I could do that. I'm not sure I could wait and make several thousand people wait for me because I'm a little tired. It's like, you're the president of the United States, and making a speech while you're a little tired is just too much of a sacrifice for you? How interesting. So come on, slam a Powerade or something. Slam a Red Bull. Take one of those 5-hour energy drink things. Have a freaking cup of coffee. You're not a Mormon. You're allowed. Come on. Jesus, if I'm feel like I'm too tired to lecture, I go get some water. I'll go get some caffeine or something. Come on. Higher education is driven by caffeine. So he then makes his speech about how major combat operations are over in Iraq, that we are simply engaged in mopping up operations. And then after he made the speech, the insurgency began, and they started going after us because we had fired everybody who we'd promised a job. We told the Iraqi military, don't worry, we will defeat you, but we're not going to kill you, and you'll have a job after the war is over for security. Then they took Paul Bremer, who was like one of his country club buddies, and put him in charge of running Iraq. His experience running a country, zilch. Yeah, we're going to fire all the army people. We're going to take 72,000 men with guns and make them unemployed. I think that's a good idea. What could possibly be the downside of taking 72,000 people with automatic weapons who have been promised a job and now kick them out? There can't possibly be a downside to that. Within 72 hours of that decision being announced, the first IEDs went off in Iraq. And since then, we've lost about 3,000 people since then in Iraq alone, never mind Afghanistan. So, in any case, so they go, wait a minute, weren't you guys a little bit presumptuous? Didn't you kind of jump the gun a little bit with your little mission accomplished speech? And they came back and said the president never said mission accomplished. It was never in his speech. Okay, it wasn't in the text of his speech, but you made us position our cameras in front of the tower, and you put that sign up that said mission accomplished, so the president wouldn't have to say it. And then they said, we did not put up that sign. The Navy put up that sign. So they went to the Navy and they asked them, did you put up that sign? And the Navy said, absolutely. The White House gave it to us and we put it up. So they went back to the White House and they said, you told us you didn't put that up. The Navy said you gave it to them. And the White House was like, yeah, you didn't ask us if we gave them it. You didn't ask us if we had meetings to decide what it should say and what the background should be and what colors should the letters be. You just asked us if we put it up. No member of the White House put it up. These were the people that were going to restore integrity. So you're never going to get a better media backfire than announcing a war is over, that 6 years after you announce, 8 years after you announce the war is over, it's still going on. We're still not sure if it's safe to leave Iraq without the country falling apart. And I mentioned several times, my brother's base that he's at in southern Iraq got shelled about 3 or 4 weeks ago now. That we're still taking casualties in Iraq. There is still a war going on. But of course, what happens to Charlie Sheen is so much more important. Right? I mean, try to dig up the last story on Iraq and casualties in Iraq. Find out when the last person was American that was killed in Iraq. It's not that long ago. We're still losing people every month, many times every week, but, not in the same numbers. Not in the same numbers. It's not news anymore to be losing people in the Middle East. We've just become accustomed to it. So you're never going to get one bigger than that. The adversarial relationship, in addition to a symbiotic relationship, the media and the government also compete with one another. That presidents and politicians tend to have pretty big egos. They tend to not believe that if they say something, if they come up with a policy idea and it's not well received, there's the strangle the messenger syndrome that kicks in. The way the strangle the messenger thing works, well, it actually happened. Peter the Great is Tsar of Russia. He loses a battle with the French, and now he's lost the war. The messenger tells Peter the Great that the army has been captured, his generals were captured, that Russia has lost the war. Peter the Great is so incensed at the news, he ordered that the messenger be strangled in his presence. And he was. Now, it wasn't the messenger's fault that they had lost the war. It was Peter the Great's fault. But he couldn't strangle himself now, could he? Actually, don't tell David Carradine that one, but in any case. That politicians tend to take out their unhappiness on the media. And people who, when their favorite politician has been exposed for being a fraud, tend to blame the media for exposing the person as a fraud, even though that's exactly what you're supposed to do. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. The point being, no president has probably done more to try to manipulate the media than Lyndon Johnson. Shortly after the Kennedy assassination, he invited reporters and anchormen to the White House to have dinner with him, to go upstairs into the private quarters of the White House and shoot pool and drink whiskey. And he said, just out and out told them, if you make me look good, I'll make you look good. That if you give me the benefit of the doubt, if you, do everything you can to spin in a positive direction, then I'll make you big men in your profession. I'll give you exclusives, leaks. I'll give you scoops. I'll give you what you need to become big men in your profession. And so LBJ was so obsessed with media coverage of him, he had a special TV built with 3 screens in it, so he could watch all 3 evening newscasts at the same time, because there's no such thing as, well, videotape is not easily available at that time. And then Bush, Clinton, and Reagan are all here caught at moments where they didn't like a question that had been asked. I've got no idea what Reagan is doing there, other than his Bullwinkle impression. Yeah, hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Okay, media biases. That Ron Suskind is interviewing Karl Rove. We didn't know it was Karl Rove at the time, but we do now. Karl Rove talks about the Bush administration's media strategy. And he points out that reporters and academics are people that live in the reality-based world, where you try to figure out what objective reality is, that somewhere out there an objective reality exists. Rove asserts there is no such thing as objective reality. He says, we're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality, we'll act again and create other new realities. In other words, we're going to try to fool all of the people all of the time. That's our media strategy, right? That the saying that Lincoln had, that wasn't really Lincoln's, was that, you can fool some of the people all of the time. And you can fool all of the people some of the time. But you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. And that was Karl Rove's strategy. And he's saying it right there. We'll create new realities means we're going to tell people that things are going well in Iraq, even if they aren't. And then if we say it, people will believe it. And then when you say it's not, we'll go ahead and create some other new reality. Gay men want to get married and take away your children. So that's a big one. Bush ran on a constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage in 2004, just to show you how much that issue has changed in the last 7 years alone. So, we'll create other new realities. And we'll talk about shit that's not happening at all, but people will believe us. And while you're trying to tell the people that's not really what's going on in Iraq, we'll create another reality over here. And then another, and then another, and another. And as it turns out, we're going to have help. But we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one. How did that work out, by the way, for Karl Rove? He eventually gets fired. Things go so bad by 2006 for the administration that they have to get rid of the guy. The guy that made the president is gotten rid of. Political bias. There is a lot of political bias in the media. Absolutely there is. For anybody to tell you there's not, they're dreaming. Of course there's bias. There's political bias. There's cultural bias. There's, this bias, this bias, this bias. I had a student at San Jac ask me if I was teaching this history class in the fall. I told him, I don't know. He said, I didn't like my history teacher. He's black, and so he was biased. Yeah, and being an exchange student from Hungary, of course, you have objective reality out there as your touchstone. That kind of a thing. That there's plenty of political bias out there. On the one hand, back in 1998, they did a survey of reporters, and 55% of television reporters, now I don't know if these were network, I think it was, 55% of network TV reporters in a survey in 1998 self-identified themselves as liberal. The fact that you generally need a college degree in broadcasting or journalism to be a network reporter makes you more liberal as well. College graduates are more liberal than the average American without a college degree. So just by the fact you have a college degree, you're probably more liberal than the average American is right there. Left-leaning TV current event shows like The Daily Show, The Colbert Report, and Saturday Night Live reach more people, especially young people, than right-wing media outlets. And so, yes, there's a lot of media out there that represents a liberal perspective when they present their side of the news or their side of current events. On the other hand, there are far more right-wing media outlets than there are liberal ones. 98% of all talk radio in this country is conservative talk radio. Conservatives do not make up 98% of the people in America. 98% of people in Texas aren't even conservative. And Texas is a very conservative state. So 98% of all the talk radio people are conservative. Newspapers usually endorse Republican candidates. The editors and managers of these newspapers tend to be Republicans. And the major media corporations typically, except for Viacom, give a lot more money to Republican candidates than to Democratic candidates. And so, yes, there is a right-wing media out there as well. There are right-wing magazines and conservative magazines that have a conservative tint to them. The truth is, complete objectivity is difficult and may not even be desirable. But there are certain standards that journalists are expected to follow in order to try to offset whatever personal, cultural, or political bias that they may personally have. That's why you have a series of ethical standards. Now note, when you're watching the Outfox video, how many times these ethical standards get violated by the clips that they show on Fox News. And no, you're not going to see that on other shows, not even MSNBC, who doesn't even pretend to be fair and balanced about how they cover the news. You're supposed to test the accuracy of information from all sources, give the subject of news stories the opportunity to respond to allegations of wrongdoing. Bill O'Reilly really berates this one guy he doesn't like, and then for days and weeks afterwards keeps referring to the guy. He doesn't give the guy a chance to defend himself after he's kicked him out of the studio. He's supposed to give him a chance to respond, and they won't do it. That's not because of the fairness doctrine. That's just ethics. And the way that O'Reilly and Glenn Beck defend themselves is, we're not journalists. We're not journalists. We're just entertainers. That's what Rush Limbaugh says of himself as well. My job is to hold an audience, as much of an audience as I can, so that my sponsors can sell their products and make a shitload of money, and then I get a share of that. That they claim immunity from lying because they're journalists. I mean, Glenn Beck was confronted by the people on The View one time. You said you were on this train with Whoopi Goldberg and Barbara Walters, and that they were mean to you. And then they confronted him on the show and said, now, you just made that shit up, right? Because we weren't mean to you, we were nice to you. Yeah, I made it up. Well, don't you think that you're lying? That's wrong? No. You know, I'm just expressing my opinion. So your opinion, you think editorial comment allows you to lie about things? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's the perspective these guys are coming from, just in case you start to take any of them too seriously. You're supposed to minimize harm, act independently, be accountable, admit mistakes and correct them promptly, expose unethical practices of journalists in the news media, and you can go to the Society of Professional Journalists to check out their ethical code. Now, speaking of ethics, why does it matter? Well, check it out. The University of Maryland did a survey in 2003 to check this reality that was going on. There seemed to be such a disjuncture with the Iraq War. People believing shit that was just absolutely not true. Even the people that carried out the torture at Abu Ghraib later said, well, they thought the Iraqis had attacked them on 9/11. And so they thought they were getting revenge on these people. They had no idea that the Iraqis didn't attack them on 9/11. And so there's this curious disjuncture in 2003. How come so many people believe Iraq attacked us on 9/11? I mean, it's like today, 47% of Americans believe Obama bailed out the banks. Nearly half of Americans think Obama bailed out the banks. Only 33% think it was Bush. That's not an opinion. Bush bailed out the banks. Austin is the capital city of Texas. Alaska has more square miles than Rhode Island. It is a fact that Bush bailed out the banks. It's not a matter of opinion. It's a fact. But 47% of Americans think Obama did it. Blaming Obama for it. What about 9/11? I guess you should blame him for that one too. I don't know. World public opinion. When they asked people, did most of the people in the world support our invasion of Iraq? 35% of Fox viewers said yes. The answer is wrong. They did not. Only 5% of PBS NPR viewers got that question wrong. When 67% of Fox viewers believed we found a link between Saddam and 9/11. That's wrong. We still haven't found a link. PBS and NPR, only 16% got that question wrong. Weapons of mass destruction. Did we find nuclear and chemical weapons in Iraq when we invaded? 1 out of 3 Fox viewers, yes. 1 out of 10 PBS NPR viewers, yes. What's the difference? Well, of course you want to beat up on Fox because they're obviously in the tank, the conservatives, alternative to the so-called liberal media. But check out CBS. CBS has for many decades been accused by conservatives of having just an overt, salivating hatred of all things conservative. And yet, on these questions involving Iraq, CBS viewers are almost as misinformed as Fox viewers are. And they're the most liberal network. What is so different about PBS and NPR? What makes them different from all other media in this country? The answer is, unlike everybody else, their revenues are not based on ratings. They do not make more money if more people watch their show. They do not make more money if more people listen to their news. They make pretty much the same amount of money, no matter how many people listen to them. And so that gives them the freedom to pick news stories based on what they think is the most important news, followed by the least important news. You're not going to hear a lot about Charlie Sheen on PBS and NPR. But on the 24-hour networks, it's all Charlie all the time. Can't let that one go. Why? Because it drives up ratings. It drives up ratings, and that's more money that you can charge for your advertising. And advertising during the news is very important. At the local stations, at channels 2 and channel 11 and channel 13 and 26, over half of their annual revenues come from advertising revenues, come from advertising during their evening newscast. 90 minutes a day of broadcasting accounts for over half of their revenues. So if you're number 1 in the Houston market, that is a big, big advantage to be number 3 in the Houston market. That's millions of dollars a year that you would otherwise get. And then 80% of Fox viewers got one of those questions wrong. Only 23% of PBS and NPR viewers got that question wrong. But check out CBS, the allegedly most liberal network. About as many people on CBS got one of those questions wrong as Fox viewers did. It's just that Fox just really did outclass everybody else on the Iraq War by deliberately putting out disinformation to make people believe shit that was just absolutely not true about the war, how it was being conducted, the aftermath, the number of casualties. At one point, when we were taking on pretty substantial casualties, Britt Hume, who was still at Fox at the time, went to the air and he said, well, we've lost approximately 1,100 people in Iraq, which is fewer than are killed by murderers in California, and both countries are about the same size geographically. Okay. In terms of square miles, California is approximately the same number of square miles as Iraq. That's what, geographically, they're the same size. What about population? Iraq has 25 million. California has 40 million. There's twice as many people in California. Plus, before Bush sent them over, how many Americans were being killed in Iraq? Oh, that's right, 0. Plus, and how many soldiers did we have in Iraq? 130,000. So we lost 1,000 people out of 130,000. Would you imagine that's higher than how many people out of 130,000 random population in California are murdered? That's a lot higher. And so they used about 6 different fallacies to convince the weak-minded Fox viewers that you're still safer in Iraq than you are in California. No, you're not. Absolutely you're not. But, they're trying to minimize the importance of the war and, of course, the sacrifice of the workers. But never mind. Sinclair Television would not allow an episode of Nightline to air because they were going to read the names of all the dead soldiers in Iraq because it was unpatriotic. Then they they demanded that their affiliates run an anti-Kerry film that included a lot of shit about Kerry that wasn't true. There's always shit that's not true. And so you got Sinclair. You got Dan Rather, who claimed that he'd met a man who has absolute documented evidence that Bush went AWOL for 2 years in Texas. Then, as it turns out, the man admitted he forged it. He made it up. Now, the story is, Dan, that Bush's records disappeared in 1993, right before he announced running for governor of Texas. Right after Andrew Card made a visit to the Adjutant General of the Texas National Guard, and that everybody else's records, including Lloyd Benson's kids and all these other Republican kids, and John Towers' relatives, and all these other rich guys who had their sons and nephews put into the Texas National Guard so he wouldn't go to Vietnam, their records are all there, but Bush's is missing. That's the story, Dan. Why are his records the only ones missing? It's not like a bunch of the records are missing, like they've been misplaced. His records are missing. The guy alphabetically before him is there. The guy alphabetically after him is there. But his isn't there. Where are they? Why would somebody take those records? What's in those records? That could be so damning. Instead of claiming that, yeah, this guy says he's got documents. What, they're forged? Oh, shit. So Rather lost his job. And rightly so. Far more prevalent than the commercial bias is the entertainment bias. Far more prevalent than the political bias, is the entertainment bias or the commercial bias. Where now, this is what people look like who read you the news. People who may or may not have a degree in journalism. People who may or may not have a degree in broadcasting. That's what anchor people look like today. In the 1950s and 60s, that's what anchor people looked like. Yes, they had journalism degrees, but no, they're not very pretty. They're not very good looking on the air. That they had the perfect faces for radio. However, again, that's not always true. There were some good-looking anchormen back in the 70s, as it turns out as well. So, there were a few. Pretty people reading you the news. You have to be really good-looking to be an anchor person. If you're a guy, that's okay if you get gray and distinguished. You get fat, you're out of there. As soon as you're a woman and you're old, out. We want Dominique Soxer reading us the news. She could be a porn star. Stunt journalism. Rob Johnson comes to Channel 2 when Channel 2 is number 3 in the ratings. He begins performing stunts that puts Channel 2 number 1 in the ratings. His first stunt was to drive a car into Lake Conroe and then get out of the car before he drowns. Now, and they even started off the story by saying that really, unless, Ted Kennedy's driving, this is probably not information you really need. But in any case, they did it live during the newscast. They didn't film it during the day and then show it at night. They did it live at 10:15 on a Tuesday night. And they got the highest ratings ever because we might watch some guy drown tonight on the news. And it was so successful, they kept coming up with other stunts for him to do live on the air. That you hang on, because when we come back from the set of commercials, Rob Johnson is standing by. He's about to be attacked by guard dogs. After we come back from commercial, Rob Johnson is about to be sprayed in the face with mace and then pepper spray, and then describe to us what that's like. We're going to taser him. We're going to do this to him. He's going to jump out of a window. He's going to jump out of a car. He's a moving car. He's going to jump out of a bungee jump. He's going to skydive at night during the newscast because there's a possibility some shit might go wrong, and you might watch him go splat live on the air, and the ratings are just soar up in the air. All of this was predicted in the movie Network back in the 1970s. They said someday the news is going to become a three-ring circus once the corporations take it over. And that's exactly what the news has turned into, is a three-ring circus. Rick Sanchez did the same thing at Channel 11 and then did the same thing at CNN. That there was this epidemic of people driving their cars into lakes. The people were reporters because it made for an interesting picture to watch the car fill up with water. The reporter kicks out the window and swims away while the car is still sinking. In the meantime, there's 20 scuba guys all over the place, so they have zero chance of drowning, by the way. News reenactments. Cokie Roberts was involved in one of the more infamous incidents in the history of American broadcasting. They make fun of it every night on The Daily Show. That what happened was Cokie Roberts was supposed to be covering the President Clinton's State of the Union address. Like that when you changed it to all the other networks to watch the State of the Union address, everybody else was in a studio talking about the State of the Union address because it was 0 degrees Fahrenheit in Washington. It was unusually bitterly cold and nasty. And so it was too cold to be outside. It was not safe to be outside. And so the reporters were inside because after all, the president's not delivering his speech on the porch of the Capitol building. He's delivering it on the inside of the Capitol building. But when you turn to ABC, you saw Cokie Roberts standing in front of a brilliantly lit Capitol building talking about the President's State of the Union address tonight. And she had a coat on. And so you turned that and said, wow, way to go, Cokie. Way to go out there and just deal with the cold and cover the story the way you're supposed to cover it, except people noticed that despite the fact it was 0 degrees outside, her coat was not buttoned. She was not wearing gloves as she held onto the metal microphone. Ask Flick how that works out. When she spoke, hot steam did not come out of her mouth when it hit the cold 0 degree air. When the wind blew the trees in the background, her hair didn't move. The next day, at the start of the ABC nightly news, or not nightly news, World News Tonight, the late Peter Jennings began the broadcast with an apology. We apologize if we gave you the impression that Cokie Roberts was at the Capitol building last night. That in fact Cokie Roberts was in a television studio with a picture of the Capitol building with a live shot of the Capitol blue screened in behind her. And we're sorry, we gave you the impression that she was at the Capitol. Yes, you gave us the impression because you said, and now let's take it live to Koki at the Capitol, and then you had Koki in a coat standing in front of a picture of the Capitol building. They do this every night on The Daily Show. They have John Oliver or somebody else standing 3 feet away from Jon Stewart, and then blue screen in behind them is Baghdad or Mars or whatever the story is of the day. The set of 2.5 Men. And it kind of looks like they're kind of there. You know, kind of a thing. And so every night of The Daily Show is a tribute to Koki Roberts, as it were. When they found Marion Barry smoking crack on an undercover video camera set up by the FBI, they did other reenactments that looked like undercover cameras that were not. And then they found somebody that looked like Michael Jackson during the Michael Jackson trial. That E! Entertainment did a reenactment of the day's trial by going over the transcripts. It's like, holy cow. And they had actors play the part, and the Michael Jackson part was easy because he didn't say anything. But they found somebody that looked like Michael Jackson. That's just not good. It's not good at all. Okay, so news reenactments start to show up as a way of drawing in the viewer's interest. That after they started doing this, by the way, this is about the time that Disney had taken over ABC. And the president of ABC was asked, Roone Armitage was asked, "You're not going to do this again, are you? Having fake undercover videos? You're not going to do that anymore." He said, "Actually, that's part of our plan. Now that they're part of Disney, we're going to use their special effects to create videos for stories for which no videos exist." And then he got letters from hundreds of deans of journalism schools across the country that told them that's unethical. That's highly unethical. That people are going to think it's real. Just like the movie Paranormal Activity. There are people that think that's real. There was one in my 1130 class who, from his reaction, is like, "Really? Seriously? Just today, this guy thought Paranormal Activity was actually a film of paranormal activity that they turned into a documentary." They didn't know that it wasn't. My friend's ex-wife, late wife, thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And he tried to tell her, no, it's just a movie. And then after she was convinced it was real, did I tell you this one already? I have in detail too. She's probably from earlier. She said, "Oh, that girl, that chick that's from the Blair Witch Project, she's on the Tonight Show tonight." And my friend said, and how could she be on the Tonight Show if she was killed? And his wife was like, huh. Like suddenly the light bulb suddenly went on that maybe it really was a movie, not an actual bunch of kids out in a forest that get lost because a witch is messing with their mind. Kind of a thing. News is infomercial. Another thing that's occurred lately is that the networks are using the news divisions to help promote corporate products. That when 15% of Pets.com was bought by Disney, Diane Sawyer on Good Morning America, who is now the anchorman or anchorwoman at ABC News, and Ted Koppel on Nightline, both were told that they had to interview this Pets.com sock puppet dog that was used in their commercials. Not the guy who owns Pets.com, not the guy who came up with the sock puppet dog, but they had to interview the sock as if they were having a serious interview with a sock. And they both did it. And the only reason they did it was to help sell corporate products. Leonardo DiCaprio interviewed Bill Clinton for an Earth Day special in 2000. The interview went so badly they couldn't use any of it. That one little picture is a picture of the interview. The other one is more of a graphical depiction of how badly the interview went. Why would ABC put Leonardo DiCaprio in the seat next to the president and ask him about Earth Day? Because Leonardo DiCaprio was in an upcoming Disney movie of some kind, Touchstone Pictures movie. And they wanted to use the interview to help promote the movie. Instead, they weren't able to use any of it. I don't think they're still talking to each other. CBS interviewed Mel Gibson, his technical advisor, for the movie We Were Soldiers. And as it turns out, did you know that they used Vietnam veterans in this movie to try to make the movie as accurate as possible? Yeah, how often did they do that? With every movie ever made, they try to do that. With every movie ever been made about Vietnam, they use veterans, or at least guys who claim that they were veterans and it turns out didn't really get their hands both blown off. But in any case, they always use it. Why is that remarkable? Well, at the end of the story, Rather announced, oh, by the way, when We Were Soldiers is being put out by Columbia Pictures. Columbia Pictures is owned by the same parent company that owns CBS. Good night. In other words, you've just watched an infomercial. This wasn't news, even though it was on 60 Minutes. It wasn't news. It was a corporate product being promoted through the news division. Time Warner owns CNN and New Line Cinema. The day that the Austin Powers movie Goldmember, the worst of the three, was released. Every time they gave it to the weather lady, they asked weather, hey, weather lady, you going to go see the new Austin Powers movie? Oh, yeah, I love the last two movies. They were so funny. And then they would go to the folks in New York. Hey, anchors in New York, you going to go see the Austin Powers movie? Now we're going to flip it to Washington. Washington, you going to go see the Austin Powers movie? They talked about the Austin Powers movie all day because the reviews were not good. And they were trying to pump up the box office by promoting it on CNN. CNN is supposed to be a news channel. It's not supposed to be a shill for their corporate master. Another bias is negative news. October 2003, Bush complains about the negative news coverage of the war in Iraq. That Laura Bush is interviewed and says they only cover trucks that blow up. Well, of course they only cover trucks that blow up. You don't cover trucks that don't blow up. Then that's not news, right? That in fact, most of the news, when was the last time you heard good news coming out of some other location that was good news? Most of the news is bad news. And this has only backfired a couple of times ever. CNN. Let's look at the CNN stories today to see how many of the stories on CNN is good news and how many of the stories are bad news, especially from somewhere other than Houston, Texas. Okay, we're on the U.S. edition. Let's go to U.S. News. Okay, well, no, let's go to World. We'll go to U.S. News first. Then we'll go to World News. Snowiest, craziest winter not over in the Northeast. That's not good. 3 law enforcement officers injured in St. Louis shooting. Why do they only cover police that get shot? Why don't they cover the police that didn't get shot? In other words, they're biased. They're biased. That's why they only cover trucks that blow up. They're biased. As history unfolds in Wisconsin, Smithsonian sends a curator. I'm not sure what that means. Are they going to take the governor of Wisconsin and put him in a box and have him on display? Hundreds mourn teen basketball hero who hit the winning shot and fell dead of a heart attack. That's not good. Body of missing U.S. student found near river in Madrid. Not good. At least 18 charged in alleged gang rape of Texas girl. Really not good. Gusts whip up New Mexico wildfire. I'll be in New Mexico Thursday. Not good. Ex-Mexican police chief may be in U.S. He was the corrupt one who was like taking bribes and shit, and he might be in the U.S. or Mars. Muslims active ahead of hearing, shining a light or turning up heat. Well, I guess we'll find out. World news. Opposition denies exit deals talks with Gaddafi. That's not good. NATO starts 24/7 surveillance of Libya. Yeah, we're going in. Police find body of U.S. student missing in Spain. Oh, okay, that's both. Groups urge Saudi Arabia to permit protests. Ooh. I'm not sure that's good or bad. That's one of those. Chirac's trial put on hold. The former leader of France, not caught doing bad things. Obama resumes Guantanamo tribunals. Well, if you're one of those guys, that's not a good news. Don't know if that's good or bad. Kidnapped oil workers rescued in Colombia. It's bad that they're kidnapped, but good that they're rescued. So, 50-50. Taliban takes responsibility for Pakistan bombing. That's not good. Ivory Coast nationalizes coffee and cocoa. Not sure if that's good or bad. But you get the idea. Why do they only cover products that are nationalized and they don't cover products that are not nationalized? So basically, news, the very definition of news means that you're going to have most of the stuff in the paper, most of the stuff on TV is going to be unusual shit. Back in the 19th century, John Bogart was asked by a young reporter, "Sir, what is the definition of news?" And he gave what is still today considered to be the textbook definition of news. He said, "Young man, when a dog bites a man, that is not news, because it happens so often. But when a man bites a dog, that's news. That's news. That news is about unusual stuff. The bizarre things that happen. Right? There's like really two stars of the TV show 2.5 Men. Charlie Sheen and John Cryer. Right? Who gets more publicity? Charlie Sheen. You can probably figure out John Cryer by extension must have a normal life. Although next to Charlie Sheen, almost anything short of having sex with animals would be considered normal compared to Charlie Sheen. Charlie, you're not winning now. You're losing. The tiger's blood is no longer working. You're now an unemployed pussy. There has never been a Houston Chronicle headline that says thousands of Houstonians go to work, most expected home tonight by 6. Because that's what happens to most people. The second story would be about non-famous people that died in their sleep of old age. That'd be the next big story. That news isn't about normal stuff that happens. It's about bizarre shit. It's circus shit. Here's the thing. If you don't know that, if you lose your perspective on that, you can lose your entire perspective on reality. My sister, who I try not to talk to, one time I was at the folks' house and she called before we had caller ID, and I was talking to her and her voice was shaking. I was like, holy shit, I think I've got a dead nephew or niece here. She's like, oh, I'm so scared right now. I don't know what to do. I said, calm down. What's going on? And in her really frightened voice, she said, I was just watching Oprah. Go on. And they were interviewing the mothers of serial killers. And... well, did you know that most serial killers are young white men in their 20s who have higher than average IQ and are shy? Yeah. Well, at that time, she thought that fit the description of our baby brother. And she was thinking about calling the police to see if there's anybody that's missing or not accounted for because her brother might be a serial killer. And unfortunately, I talked her out of it. Because that really probably would have made their day when they got a call from somebody who's trying to turn their brother in as a serial killer, especially in a town that hasn't had a homicide in 13 years. It's like, no, please, we got to put this on speaker. But I try to use, the whole liberal logic, empirical world kind of shit. It's like, now, Liz, serial killers also torture animals and start fires. And he never did either of those things. Oh, him and Robbie Kubitschek were caught playing matches one time. But the family dog loved that, but he didn't start a fire, did they? He didn't burn down the garage, did he? And the family pet loved him. We don't know what he does when we're not looking. Yeah, you're right. And so I thought I had her talked out of it. You're not going to tell anybody. No, I won't. And then I got on the phone and called him right away to tell him that Liz thinks you're a serial killer. And apparently to this day still does. That he went to go visit a couple years ago, and when she saw him on the porch of their house, because they weren't home, so he just waited on the porch for them, when she saw him on the house, she screamed. Because she thought that he might be there to kill them. She screamed not because she didn't recognize the guy on the porch. She screamed because she did recognize the guy on the porch. And she figured the only reason that he would drive 600 miles would be to kill her. Not to visit some friends that live in nearby Denver or some shit like that. It must be about you, Liz, right? It has to be about you. So, right, if it's normal and if it happens to most people most of the time, it's not news. Also, if it's in the New York Post, chances are it's not news either. Right? Especially the one in the middle. Kerry's choice. Democrat picks Gephardt as vice presidential candidate. Was Gephardt Kerry's vice presidential running mate in 2004? Nope. But they had kind of jumped the gun there. Now, the line between news and entertainment has become so blurred that the number one source of news for folks aged 20 to 30 in the United States today are the late night talk shows like Letterman, The Tonight Show, The Daily Show, and The Colbert Report. And with good reason, apparently. Julia Fox did a study in 2006 where she did a content analysis of the 2004 presidential election coverage on the networks and on The Daily Show. You know what she found out? The Daily Show did a better job of covering the presidential elections than CNN, Fox, NBC, CBS, ABC. And in fact, a higher percentage of their stories were related to issues and the explanation of those issues than the network stories, which were almost all exclusively racehorse stories. Who's ahead? Who's behind? Who stumbled out of the gate? Who is rounding the first term? Are they in the home stretch? Check it out next time there's an election, how many times they use horse racing language to describe the race, and how much of it is who's ahead and who's behind, and how very, very, very little of it is. Okay, is healthcare a problem in this country? How should we fix it, and why? That has been lost. All right, so that's it for today. If I don't see you Thursday, I'll see you after spring break.